Good morning, friends. Now we are playing ICI Moto Song. I request all participants to put their right hand on their heart.
यशस्सुप्तेषु जागृति यशस्सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामंशो निर्विमानः निर्विमानः तदेव शुक्लं तदेव शुक्लं ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः जोषः सर्वे तदूतात्यतीतश्च एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
Now I request Chairman of Ahmedabad branch, CA Fenil Shah, to give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishan Bhai. The speaker for the day, our own Central Council member, CA Aniket Talati ji. The Regional Council member, CA Vikas Jain. CA Vishan Shah, Secretary of the branch, and other members. I welcome you all to this morning to discuss on very apt and relevant topic for the recent times, that is the revised code of ethics. And I can say that every member is willing to know about this revised code of ethics. Every branch is willing to organize the program. And the dilemma was every branch wanted to have Aniket Bhai as a speaker. So to get his time was very crucial, but would like to thank Aniket Bhai for giving this time to us. I can say that in morning also he was having a session, right? Right now he's having a session and many more sessions to have on the day. So kudos to your energy, sir, and your dedication towards our profession to guide every member about this recent code of ethics. And friends, from this we can get a motivation and we can understand that how crucial this code of ethics is going to be, which is to be launched or which is to be effective from this 1st July to come. With this brief words, I would also like to wish you all a happy SMP day today, and would like to wish you all, and I would also like to give you updates with respect to the 3 programs which you are going to come. That is, in July month, in the CA Day celebrations, we are going to have one advanced GST course. Pre-COVID-19, we launched it in a physical form in branch, but afterwards we couldn't have it because of this lockdown. So now we are going to have the same on virtual mode in a very effective mode that none of the participants will feel as if he is not coming to branch and attending. All the arrangements are being done that you can attend at your convenience from your office or home. The level of interaction will be the same as if it's happening in a physical form. Also, we in this scenario, we can understand that fitness is very important. And in recent times, people are working for mental fitness. But what we think is that mental fitness is an outcome of physical fitness. So branch is also coming up with some fitness challenges for you to come in a very structured way. So I request you all to take the participation in all these programs to come along with your family members too. With this brief words, now I request CA Vikas Jain, Regional Council, to take the session ahead.
Thank you, Fenil Bhai. Thank you very much. And yes, Fenil Bhai very rightly said that we do have with us as a faculty today the most young, dynamic, talented, energetic Central Council member, and above all these things, the best qualities, these are very best, I would say best friend, one of the best friend, Aniket Talati, he is there today. And, we have been seeing him working for the last so many years in the branch, then Regional Council, and then now Central Council. And this is one of the best, I would say, time for the Regional Council, which we have been seeing in the last 1.5 years. So yes, so many good things that are coming up for the profession. And Fenil Bhai rightly said that yes, Aniket Bhai is having lectures morning, evening. So this first is lecture, lunch is a lecture, and dinner is again a lecture. Same way he is going on. So it's great to have him. And he has been working on this code of ethics for the last 5-6 months at least, because I still remember in the month of December he said कि विकास भाई ethics के अंदर जो changes आने वाले हैं, these would be big changes, and we all need to know all these things. So friends, we all have been going through turbulent time. The practicing chartered accountants, or maybe, or for that reason, for any other person, I would say everybody is going through some different challenges and all these things. So I would say that every challenges, they bring within its fold the opportunities, and this is the time when we need to see that yes, opportunities are encashed. Friends, we used to be so busy with our lives that we don't have time even for a minute or a second, I would say. This gave us the opportunity to unwind ourselves, to just have a break, I would say, and to see that what needs to be done. We got a break. So many people encashed this opportunity to restructure their practices, to think, to build their knowledge banks, and so many other things what not they have done. So this was the real opportunity, and I'm sure that after this few months, they people would be coming back with double the force, with the bang, and they would be the winners. So those who have used those turbulent times, the challenges as an opportunity, for sure are going to be winners. And our Fenil Bhai, the chairman, is also one of those heroes, because when he took over as a chairman, immediately after that there was a lockdown and all these things. So if some other person would have been there, he would have thought ki yaar આ તો મૂડ જ મરી ગયો, હવે શું કરવાનું આપણે. But he really took this up as a challenge, and the kind of programs, so this he treated this as a boon, I would say, because Ahmedabad branch has been able to reach to the world at large because of these online platforms, the number of programs. Undoubtedly there had been a great support, shoulder to shoulder, by Bishan Bhai. He as a secretary has been doing phenomenal job, and with our central council member Aniket Bhai, he is also always ready to help us for every single thing that is required. He is just a call away, or at some point of time even call is not required. When we think something in our mind, by that time Aniket Bhai calls you for that particular reason only. So this is how the things are happening in the branch, in great sync, all of the team members. So this is why Ahmedabad branch is the best in the country always, and this will remain best, I'm sure. Friends, when it comes to code of ethics, this is a very important topic, and as I said that yes, in Aniket Bhai and I have discussed several times on this. He has sent me a few of the PPTs that were prepared by him, and he said ki Vikas bhai aap bhi is pe taiyar karo, and we as the leaders of the profession, we need to tell every member that yes, code of ethics is something very important, which is only the thing which is going to rescue us in the tough times. If there is anything, this is code of ethics that will save us. And I firmly believe that code of ethics is not a word or a book or a regulation or something like, but it is a state of mind. It is about the characteristics. So code of ethics is there in every walk of life, and we being professional, when we are treated as the role model for the society, it becomes more important for us to have our conduct in such a way that yes, we not only we are ethical, but we also, our conduct must also appear to be ethical. That is very much important. So we are always the role model of the society. And the code of ethics, the institute has chosen a wonderful day, 1st of July, to implement the new code of ethics, and after that it would be applicable to all. But as I said, this is a characteristic, this is a state of mind. We have to be ethical. This cannot, so if we think on some particular thing, whether this is ethical or not, so the answer will come to us. The practice, this is even more stringent norms are being applied, being professional with the help of this code of ethics. But the simple code of ethics, the common, the normal, the general code of ethics, these are always there. That is the state of mind which comes to us. So code of ethics is something which is very important, and this now lays down so many things, just like Aniket Bhai will deal in detail. The thing is like whether we are capable of handling these assignments or not, whether we should accept the assignments or not at the time of signing the engagement letters. That stage itself is so critical and so crucial that we need to go through the ethics. It is not that the work is coming through you and you should accept it. No, whether you are capable of accepting that work, if there is any kind of risk that is there, or you have to bring down the risk onto the acceptable level, you have to mitigate the risk. These things are also there. And also for the ongoing assignments, if something is there and there is no risk, but subsequently if you develop some risk, then also again you need to address those risks, and you have to say whether you can continue with this assignment or you need to withdraw from that assignment. So it is a very stringent code of ethics that is there. But friends, this let us not treat or assume this to be a burden, but I'm for sure the kind of the compliances, the regulations, and the mindset change with the regulators, this is only the code of ethics, if followed in letter and spirit, will come to our rescue. Because these days I'm sure that otherwise also more than most of the professionals, I would say, they always follow the ethics, but the only problem is they never document these things, that yes, we have done this, that, and all these things. So documentation is also again a very integral part of this, so we need to do that also. So friends, with us, our speaker is present. He would be dealing on the subject in a very lucid way and in depth. So I need not speak much on the code of ethics because he's already there. At the end, I would like to say happy SMP day to all our members. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Over to you, Aniket bhai.
Thank you, Vikas. I think, Bishan bhai, there is some complaint that the camera is appearing reverse. The way I see it, I'm seeing all four of us in the right manner. But
Now it's okay.
Aniket bhai, it is
Now it's
okay
okay.
now. Earlier it was.
no. So actually, the way it is appearing for all four of us, it is different, and the way it is getting relayed, it's different. So I'm getting a lot of messages which is saying that the camera is appearing absolutely reverse for myself. So maybe I'll have to reverse my camera. Let me just try that so that anybody in the audience can confirm if that is working fine. Just 1 minute. If somebody from the audience can confirm if
this
the
is
video,
this.
yeah,
For
from the
us,
audience,
yeah,
yeah,
Now
for
I
us
think
it
so
is
it is
reverse.
reverse. Now it's
Yeah, I
reverse.
think this is what people are also are constantly telling me. If somebody
Let me
from
check
the
on the
audience can
panelist
just,
link. Just a second. I'll check on the attendees link. Just a second.
Aniket bhai, you just now make it normal. અત્યારે તમારો જ ખાલી ઊંધો છે, બાકી બધાનો straight છે.
no, now people are saying it's coming correct.
Some
That's
is
why
saying
it is.
Hello.
Yeah. Now they are saying it's coming appearing correctly for me. The only challenge is how do I present with this PPT? I think FNLB has given me a challenge of not just presenting but trying to be reverse, because this is going to be a first for me that I'll be presenting on a session. I'll
Aniket
have to
bhai,
probably use
હવે
another
proper
device.
દેખાય છે. હવે ફોન આવ્યો, પ્રોપર દેખાય છે અત્યારે, એવું છે.
Okay.
now it's
So
proper.
I'll just. So then I think the challenge will be, Bishan bhai, if it is possible, I can email you the PPT and somebody from the branch can run the screens so that it will be easier
Yes,
for
sir.
presenting. Yeah. I'm emailing it to the branch ID. I apologize to all the participants. There is some technology. See, when we try and do technology too much, this is one of the side effects that we are not able to connect correctly. I'm just sending across the PPT to you, Bishan bhai, for
Yes.
sharing it on the screen if it is possible, please.
Aniket bhai, you can forward it to Bishan bhai directly.
Okay. So very good morning to all of you. I apologize for the slight delay that we are running in terms of the starting of the presentation. The only challenge is because of certain technological impairments that we are facing. And I would like to thank all the participants. At least this way I know that many of you are actually listening and logging in, or else this feedback would not have come. Because generally what is happening is that the Code of Ethics and Standards on Auditing has been made mandatory by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, that 2 CP hours till December 31 will have to be completed in both these areas. That is 2 hours of Code of Ethics and 2 hours of Standards on Auditing will have to be undergone by all chartered accountants in practice out of the 20 CP structured hours that you are supposed to complete. And what is the reason for it? The biggest reason, dear colleagues, is not that because we want to force people that we are not getting attendance in these topics and that you go and attend as a seminar on Code of Ethics and Standards on Auditing. It is in fact that what happens is the culture, and we have to accept this, all of us as participants, is that we attend seminars where we have something to earn. So if it is income tax, we know we can apply the new concepts that we've learned, the new case laws that would have come up, or maybe certain new interpretations that the faculty shares with us can probably be applied for our own clients, and that would result in certain tax planning, certain efficiency, or maybe certain receipt or revenue for the firm. Similar is the case with GST and other topics which we are conducting, and therefore at the institute level we've seen that the participation for this event is not in hundreds but in thousands that registration is received. But for code of ethics or standards on auditing, sadly the perception is એમાં કંઈ કમાવાનું નથી. And when there is nothing to earn, we don't attend. But let me say that if there is nothing to earn, there is a lot to learn. More importantly, if you will not have any additional revenue or perceived revenue for yourself, I can assure you one thing, there is a lot of cost saving that will happen. So you may not increase your revenue, but you can definitely reduce a lot of cost in the future. And I think Vikas Bhai alluded to it in his introduction speech when he mentioned that a lot of focus is now being received by chartered accountants, especially by auditors, from not just the institute, from not just the NFRA, the MCA, or the SEBI, but now because of the NCLT coming into place, the Insolvency Act coming into play, and more importantly, the knowledge of standards and the public perception of auditors changing, it is very critical for us to appreciate how we comply with standards on auditing and how we comply with code of ethics. And I can only share with you that last year I have the opportunity to be on the disciplinary committee. And even during the disciplinary committee, what we noticed was, and it's still ongoing, that a lot of our chartered accountants who actually face disciplinary action, lot of it comes not because of their intention to fraud or to cheat or to do something wrong. Lot of the cases have actually come because of sheer lack of knowledge. They are not knowing what is the exact provision. They are not aware of the requirements of code of ethics. They are not aware of what is the communication that has to be done. And sometimes audits are accepted without proper communication by the incoming auditor to the outgoing auditor. In such situations, you will not believe, but there is more than 40% cases even today which are for the no objection certificate or communication with the incoming auditor. So therefore, it was felt at the institute level by the council that we must propagate the understanding of code of ethics and standards on auditing, because that will ensure that the future cases of disciplinary can be halved, can be reduced, and more importantly, it's a very painful process for us as a council also, or for members of the disciplinary, to see any of our members being punished. It is not the intention for the council, it is not constituted just to punish, but a very important part of the institute is to make sure that there is awareness about this knowledge. And that is why that this code of ethics was actually titled Code of Ethics 2019. It was supposed to come on 1st of April, but again, the council very in its wisdom felt that the awareness of code of ethics was not that prevalent, and it was deferred to 1st of July just to make sure that mass awareness of this code of ethics could have been done. And it is with this perspective, dear colleagues, that we have today the revised code of ethics being applicable from 1st of July 2020. The code of ethics has been revised after a span of almost 12 years. So the previous code of ethics of 2009 is based on the ISBA code of ethics of 2008. What is ISBA? ISBA is the International Ethical Standards Board. As participants would be aware, India, when we have moved into a global regime, when we are members of the WTO, of so many other multilateral forums, it is not possible for us to have standards which are simply our own or basic or redundant. You have to move with the time, and your standards have to at least be in convergence, if not total parity with the international standards. And because of this, the ISBA code, that is the ISBA code of 2018, was adopted by the council in the year 2019. So this was done prior to my entering of the council, the part A, which is the conceptual framework of the code of ethics. This was adopted by the council in 2018, and this is based on the International Ethical Standards Board code. So the first question that all of us have is, why do we have to revise it? Well, the answer to that is, it has been revised to bring it at par with the ISBA code of 2018. The local domestic code has served us well, but it has not been updated for 12 years. And what that does is that a lot of new international practices, a lot of new international concepts that get introduced are not incorporated in our code of ethics, because of which now they have now amended it, and this new code has been introduced. If Bishan Bhai, the PPT could be shared, we can I think, start discussing on those areas.
Yeah, he has shared, but I guess it's not getting displayed. So for for 1 moment.
I apologize to all the participants. Please bear with me. This is a technological challenge that is not anticipated. But before we move to the presentation, let me also discuss a very critical piece of part of our presentation, which is going to come up in the slides that will be presented. And let me ask this open forum of what is your view? What is the difference that you perceive between a business and a profession? How do you differentiate business from profession? A very core fundamental question. And to my mind, the answer to that lies in one core difference. Business works on the principle of maximum profitability. That is to say that profit maximization is the only goal that entities follow. That is the only goal that businesses have in mind. Of course, there is CSR and other activities, but for a business to say that my profit maximization is my goal, it's okay, it's acceptable. Whereas in the case of a profession, profit cannot be the sole motive for you to be in profession. You can look at, for example, today our doctors, a lot of them are going, saving us, being frontline warriors and becoming corona warriors and fighting this disease. They are doing it not because they are earning profit out of it, but because of the solemn oath that they have taken to be as doctors. I think similarly, all professionals have a very important differentiating factor between businessmen, and that is our code of ethics. If you can move to the next slide. So one very important piece that I would like to share to cover this difference between business and profession. And a lot of you would have seen this news article, maybe on WhatsApp, maybe in the newspapers that you go through. Very recently, SBI has decided to appoint a CFO. And for the purpose of CFO, they went to RBI and asked whether the CFO has to be a chartered accountant or it can be any other person with a background in finance, experts in account who can be appointed as CFO. And RBI has very clearly said that no, the chartered accountant should be the CFO of SBI. What does that mean? One, that our own chartered accountant fraternity member, even I don't know who it is because right now that post is open. One of our fraternity members is going to be the CFO of SBI. And that what that means is that he will earn a salary more than the managing director, more than the chairman of SBI. I think that is a huge, huge statement. More importantly, the chartered accountant is going to earn and effectively be a public employee or a public servant. And why do I say that? Because today, if you look at the Corruption Act, you have seen all the financial scams that have happened in the country. And at each point, not just the promoters who have siphoned away the money, even the bankers are facing action. And the reason they are facing action under the Payment of the Corruption Act is because they are classified as public employees and public servants by Supreme Court. Therefore, in that sense, our CFO of SBI, who's going to be our chartered accountant, will also be a public servant. But a very important distinction that has to be understood by us is that that chartered accountant will earn a consolidated salary of 1 crore per month, per year, which is higher than that of the chairman of SBI, higher than that of MD of SBI. But more importantly, for all of you who have some relative in the government will know that the government employees go on a scale and they have grades for payment. The highest grade in our country is grade 18, which the cabinet secretary gets a salary of 2,50,000 per month. The Chief Justice of India, the CVC, the CAG, they are all capped at this salary. So in the public service, all the public employees or the public servants who are there, amongst all these individuals, IAS, IRS, IPS, judiciary services, or any other arm of service, which may also be the chief of military, the chief of army, the chief of defense staff, amongst all, the highest paid salary is going to be our chartered accountant. And I think the reason I'm saying it and underscoring this point is for us to realize what is the value attached to our profession, what is the value attached to chartered accountants by the market, by the country, and by all regulators. So there may have been certain instances where chartered accountants or auditors were found to be lacking, but those I truly believe are only an exception or a few black sheep. On a large scale, our chartered accountants, our forefathers included, have done a phenomenal human service to the profession, which has built the equity and brand of chartered accountants, because of which we are seeing the difference between all other professions and chartered accountants. Businessmen versus profession, the key distinguishing factor is our code of ethics, which all professions follow. But between all other professions, I think a chartered accountancy profession today shines out in light. It is because of the appointments, the incidents like this, which once again reaffirm the position of chartered accountants as leaders in the financial domain. So having said that, having established or rather re-established in our mind the predominance and importance of chartered accountants, the equity enjoyed by them in the market, and the reputation that we do, very important that we follow this code of ethics in the crux, in the core, in spirit and in letter, to ensure that we at least make sure that this level that our profession has reached is not breached. Because if the attitude is that ઠીક છે code of ethics છે, કામ આવે ત્યારે વાંચીશું, થોડું 19-20 ચાલે, then my dear colleagues, if tomorrow some leader comes to our event or our program and says something about our profession, or some other person comes and mentions something which is not happy for us to hear, maybe on our social media or on video, we must not feel bad or we must not hang our heads in shame. We should accept that yes, અમે બી 19-20 કરતા હતા, અમને પણ ચાલશે attitude કર્યો તો આમાં પણ ચાલશે. But no, if as chartered accountants we believe that this prestige that our profession enjoys, this value that our profession enjoys must be upheld going forward, then I think we all have a very important role to play. The institute is doing its part, but I think all of us as members of the institute also have to play the important role of ensuring that the flag of the profession keeps flying high, that the value of chartered accountants is maintained. And therefore, I urge and request all of you to please pay full attention, try and understand the important concepts of the code of ethics. And what I will try and do in today's session is not just take you through the 2019 code, which is applicable from 1st of July 2020. I also have certain bits of information regarding the existing code, because for many of you who are listening to this seminar, maybe after your CA final exam, this may be the first time that you are actually going through the Chartered Accountants Act, the two schedules, and more importantly, the code of ethics. So what is the 2009 code? If you can please change the slide, please. Mission Bhai, if the shy. I believe there is somebody who's handling the PPT. If you can please switch the slide.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Mission Bhai, can you allow me to present if it is possible? I would like to share my screen and try it, though it will be reverse
Yeah,
inverted for
let
me.
us try it.
Please.
Let us again. It's not
Apologize,
visible.
there's some, yeah, there is some error loading it. 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute.
I guess connection with Aniket Bhai is lost. Let we establish it again. We have established the connection. Yes, Aniket Bhai, now you can. Sorry for the inconvenience to all the participants. Yes, Vikas Bhai. So, till we establish connection again with Aniket Bhai, Vikas Bhai, if you want to share something.
See, now the code of ethics is already being taken by Aniket by maybe a minute or two, but yes, lot many things that are to be done, the lot of challenges that are coming in as a practitioners. So we all need to, I would say, change the way we have been practicing. So not going to the places now for doing the audits and all these. So drastic change, maybe the technology part. Many of our CA firms traditionally we have not been doing much on the technology. Now it is the time to think on this. We have to see, and we have to do the analysis of our the various systems and facilities that are available in our office, and we need to see that if such kind of lockdown or such kind of situation comes in future, because we never have anticipated such kind of things in past. And what if tomorrow, if we are operating with few people in the office, and if somebody gets infected, maybe our entire office goes down for 15 days again. Then in such situation also we need to be geared up. We should be prepared now. It is not like કે અત્યાર સુધી આપણે ચાલતા હતા કે ઠીક છે આવી પરિસ્થિતિ ફરી આવવાની નથી, but ગમે ત્યારે આવી પરિસ્થિતિ કોઈની ઓફિસમાં બી આવી શકે. Maybe there is a not entire 100% shutdown or close down, but still our offices may, individual offices may feel or face such kind of situation. So to avoid such situation, we have to go heavily with the technology. We need to invest, we need to have a resources, we need to have a budget for technology upgradation also. Bishan bhai, what do you say on this?
It's a tasting time for all of us, and we have to enhance our capabilities so far as the technology is concerned, and hardware and software both way. So, and it's a testing time. Basically, we also try to do, because by as many as possible virtual meetings with the clients instead of physical interfaces. So that's how we should have an approach. But Vikas bhai, looking to this new ethical codes, and as you are saying that, as we all, you also have experienced that we all are sharing contents on social media and everything. So what do you think on that angle? We'll discuss that thereafter. But now we are having re-established connection with Aniket bhai. So
Yeah.
Aniket bhai, please. You are muted.
I think there was some problem, and I think I've tried to load the PPT on my own screen so that I'm able to share it with all the participants. I hope that it is visible now. My face is visible straight, or it is still inverted. If somebody can please confirm, I think we can move forward. We've discussed about the importance of the code of ethics, the chartered accountants. We discussed about the SBI. I would now like to move forward and take you through the important parts of the. I think it's now fine. That is what members are able to confirm. Just give me 1 minute.
Aniket,
No, it is-
for attendees, you are invited as of now. Hello. Aniket
Yes,
bhai,
yes, sir. So this is going
Sir,
to be a first in a lifetime for me. I apologize to all to everybody. Now my face is straight, but the screen in front of me is going to be reversed. I think it will be a good challenge just to discuss. I hope my PPT is visible to everybody in the straight fine or no.
I am not able to see the PPT, Aniket bhai.
no. Sir, we will do it from here.
Yes.
PPT, no problem.
Yes,
Aniket
yes.
bhai.
Now, I hope.
Now it's we are able to see.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
And I hope the PPT is not reversed right now. I hope the PPT is able to be seen in the straight format, because that will be a challenge to expect our members to look reverse.
You are also perfect, sir. You are also not inverted. You are also straight enough.
Okay, wonderful. So, like I said, I think we've discussed some parts of the PPT. I would now like to take you through the important changes that have happened. The way I have structured today's discussion, dear colleagues, is we are going to discuss the 2009 code also, and also the 2019 code. The reason that I would like to do this is because as of today, when we are sitting in June 27th, the code of 2009 is applicable as on date. That is the code that is prevalent, and as scheduled on 1st of July, the new code of ethics may be applicable. That is how the schedule is. There is a lot of representation, let me be very honest and upfront, being received from a lot of quarters, that since Caro has been delayed, since government has delayed the application of major amendments, major statutes in this year, the council should also do it. I can only share with you that 30th of June is when the council meeting is going to be, and that is where we can probably decide on it. But like I shared with you, this is code of ethics has been issued and released by the previous council. So already 1.5 years has passed since it has been made in the public domain. If we compare this with the previous code, what was the biggest changes? So 2009 code, if we look at first, it had two parts. That is part A, part B. The part A is based on the ISBA code. I told you it is the International Ethical Standards Board. That is where we've derived the conceptual framework for this code from. So the architecture, the framework, the structure of the code is derived from international principles of ISBA, and that is part A. Part B is the domestic provisions that we deal with. And in the earlier code, the part B dealt with the changes such as the limits that are there in the tax audit, the limits that we enforce on our chartered accountants, number of audits that they can do, the UDIN requirements, all of the other guidelines that are issued by the institute are covered in part B, along with disciplinary cases. So the schedules to the act, what are the violations and certain disciplinary cases are covered in part B. That is the code of ethics as of today. So before we move to 2019, let's just refresh our minds and look at what the existing code is. I have a few questions for you. If there can be a chat enabled, Bishan bhai, or people can comment or maybe speak, if that can be enabled for all the participants, that would be nice. Or else I'll just take you through some of the questions that I have posed here for the benefit of all participants and to refresh our understanding of the existing code. The first question, very simple, basic question. Can an auditor write the books of an accounts of an auditee? If you are the auditor, the statutory auditor, the tax auditor of an entity, can you write the books of accounts? I think, I don't think there's a chat option enabled, but I can see most of you very loudly and clearly saying, no, it cannot be allowed. And I think you're absolutely right. The council directions under clause 4 of part 1 of the second schedule of the Chartered Accountants Act very clearly prohibit. And let's appreciate this has been done by the council since the very inception and from the beginning, that auditors are going to verify, and the maker checker concept cannot be done if you yourself write the books of accounts and then you audit it. So most of our chartered accountants in India are aware of this. I have not seen any case where you would have written the accounts and also done the audit and prepared an audit report on it. But important for us to appreciate this fact, because this is not the case internationally. You will be surprised, dear colleagues, that internationally there are a lot of countries, including developed economies like the United States, where you can actually write the books of accounts and also do the audit of the financials. There are certain safeguards that have to be applied, but this is a prevalent practice in the United States. Now, when the ISBA is continuously meeting, we have our own nominee on the board. They are now thinking of bringing this as a ban internationally. But today, as of date, there is no restriction in the US from doing this. Why I'm saying this to you is because sometimes we feel that our code may not be the correct one. We may always copy from the international practice. Well, here is a prime example where our practices, which has been there as a part of clause 4 of part 1 of the second schedule of our act, is in fact being now replicated internationally, and our best practices are being followed. So that is the crux. That is what we need to understand and appreciate, that the books of accounts of the auditee, if you are the auditor, you cannot do it. Otherwise, chartered accountants are free to write the books of accounts. Let me move to the next question then. Can a chartered accountant in practice be a director simpliciter in a company? That is to say, can you become an independent director or simple director, or that is defined as a director simpliciter of a company? I think the majority answer also here is going to be yes, you can be. In fact, if you are a chartered accountant in full-time practice, not only independent director in listed companies, but other companies where you are only acting as a director simpliciter. That is to say, not taking up any whole-time role, not the managing director, not doing any executive functions in the form of approving any payments, writing any checks, or doing any of those works which are to be done by the management. You are simply there as a director on a professional basis. There is no restriction. You are permitted. In fact, it is very important. A lot of us do not know this, but you can also be a managing director of certain class of companies. And which are these companies? These are companies which are registered as MCS, Management Consultancy Service Company, with ICI. The council almost 15 years ago approved setting up of companies by chartered accountants in practice. That company can provide professional services, and you, being a chartered accountant in full-time practice, can be the managing director of that private limited company. That has also been allowed. So for those of you who are looking to practice in the corporate form, there are guidelines available on the ICI website which allow for practice in a corporate form by whole-time chartered accountants in practice. Very important, because some of us have different forms of practice, some of us do different kinds of work, where one feels that practicing in a corporate form may attract better clients, or he will be in a better position to service. So MCS is allowed, but for all other companies, you are not allowed to continue as a director with executive function, but you can be a director simpliciter. So the next question then will be, what if this private limited company or a public limited company in which you are a director or a director simpliciter, to be more precise, gets converted to LLP? Can you still continue to be a partner in that LLP? So the next question on your screen, can a chartered accountant who is in practice be a partner or a designated partner in an LLP? I feel the answer, you will all be guessing it correctly. No, there is a strict prohibition. For Companies Act, there is a concept of director, there's a concept of executive director and director simpliciter. Whereas in LLP, there is no partner simpliciter. And therefore, if that company was to convert from a private limited to an LLP, you would not be able to continue as a partner in that firm. Very important. If any one of you have faced that situation where a company you were in the director, please make sure that you have resigned, because that will be a violation. A chartered accountant in full-time practice is not allowed to do that. Of course, as a firm, we are allowed to have a practice as a LLP, and your existing partnership firm can easily be converted into an LLP. So the next question, we had Bishan Bhai, Fenil Bhai, who are all looking dashing on the screen. So my question to everybody else here will be whether the members in practice can print their photograph on their visiting card. The answer again is a very emphatic no. It is not permitted. The chartered accountants, the clauses in the schedule do not permit you to have your own photograph to be printed. You cannot have your own firm's logo or your own photograph printed on the visiting cards. So this is, I think, just to give you a taste of what the existing code of ethics was. Many of you or rather majority of you would have answered all these questions in the affirmative in the right way because of the clear understanding that we have of the code of ethics since we have educated, become chartered accountants and started practicing. But the revised code of ethics also though carries forward these principles, there are certain changes that are very important for us to appreciate. The part A has certain new concepts. The part B, which deals with domestic provisions, there have been changes that have been made to make it relevant in today's time. The earlier code of ethics, for example, had a yellow pages advisory for you to print your name in the yellow pages. Now in today's day, there are no more yellow pages. There is Google, there are websites, there are web pages and search engines. So we have modified it to fit it to today's age. How do you have your website? What kind of photographs can be put? What kind of a hoarding can you put outside your office? What should be the font size that you use for your advertisement that you do in terms of the write-ups that are allowed for chartered accountants to be prepared? And also some leeway has been given. All of that is incorporated in part B. And then the part C is going to be the disciplinary mechanism, where we have requested as the branch to invite one of the members of the disciplinary committee who has been on the bench for the last 5 years, who will share some of his experience on the disciplinary mechanism. So let's go through the revised edition then. The revised edition, like I mentioned to you, has been divided into 3 parts. Volume 1 is part A, which deals with the ISBA code, that is the international code, which sets the conceptual framework for our code of ethics. So you go there for reference material. What is independence? What are certain important concepts? They will all be in the part A. The part B, that is volume 2, is then the form of the domestic provisions, the act, the schedules, the guidelines of the council. They all get incorporated in part B. And there is a volume 3, which has the case law referencer. So major disciplinary cases for under each clause have been highlighted and put as a separate volume. So earlier, if you had the code of ethics, it was one book with 2 parts, part A, part B. Now there are 3 books, 3 publications, and the volume 1 is part A, volume 2 is part B, volume 3 deals with the disciplinary mechanism. I would request the branch to share a copy of all these 3 to all the participants. These are available on the institute website and they have been published. This is the link for all of you who are interested, can take a screenshot. All of these volumes are available in soft copy. If you desire a hard copy, you can go to the CDS website of the institute and also order a hard copy for yourself. The 3 volumes plus the FAQs relating to the professional ethics and on communications with auditors, all have been very clearly laid out on these links. I would request all of you, urge you to please go through that. So now that we have discussed the structure, basic structure of how the code of ethics in 2019 code has been made out, we also discussed about the 2009 code. Let's understand what is the volume 1 or part A of the code. The volume 1, like I mentioned, is the ethical framework. It is the conceptual framework and derives from the ISBA code. 5 very important changes that we will spend a couple of minutes to understand, because if tomorrow somebody asks that did you attend the seminar on code of ethics and what are certain important changes, at least these are the critical aspects that one must appreciate, digest, and for those who are practicing in listed entities, in listed companies or bigger organizations, this will become very important. Also very important that this code of ethics is now applicable in a large extent to even members who are in service. That is our chartered accountants who are not in practice, but in industry, a lot of provisions will be made applicable for them. So what are the major changes? First and foremost, the biggest change, if I can categorize it as, is the introduction of NOCLAR. What is NOCLAR? NOCLAR means non-compliance of laws and regulation. In the previous code of ethics, there was no such provision. This is an international concept which is being introduced in India. And NOCLAR means that the auditor's responsibility, even in the standards on auditing, there is SA 250 which deals with other laws and regulation and the compliance thereof. Some of you would have seen that in the audit report that we give, આપણે SA 700 નો ફોર્મેટ વાપરીએ છીએ, એમાં ઓપિનિયન આવે, અગર ક્વોલિફાઈડ ઓપિનિયન હોય તો બેસિસ ઓફ ક્વોલિફિકેશન આવે. At the end, we give other regulatory. So certain other regulatory aspects are already covered in your audit report. But now, through code of ethics, a very important concept of NOCLAR has been introduced. What do you mean by NOCLAR? I'll give you a simple example for everybody who's present to appreciate this concept. Earlier, you were probably doing the audit of a company. You were looking at the compliances as per the Companies Act. So if 184, 185 violation, you were reporting. Any Companies Act non-violation, you were reporting. You were doing it as per the income tax law for tax audit. Then there was a cash payment, you were in excess, you were reporting. 216 SST, you were reporting. But you were restricting yourself only to reporting within the framework of the act to which you were bound to or to which your appointment was issued to. That is to say, tax audit હોય તો 40 જ ક્લોઝ પર રિપોર્ટ કરવાનું, એના ઉપરનું કદાચ આપણે રિપોર્ટ નતા કરતા unless there was a deviation from the accounting standards. Now, in the course of your audit, if you find a deviation from any other law, you will still have to go through it. We will discuss this when we take this slide in detail. But a simple example can be an audit where you go and you notice that the employees are 30 or 35. Earlier, you knew that this was probably a violation of PF and that they had to get themselves registered. You could have easily looked the other way because there was no requirement for you to report on these non-compliances. Now, the responsibility is cast not only on the auditor, but if the client also has a chartered accountant working in the finance as CFO or as a bookkeeping or in the accounts division, they will also have to report non-compliances within other laws and regulations. Which other laws are covered? We will take it when we look at that slide in detail. So first important change is NOCLAR. Second very important change that is being introduced in this is the prohibition on taxation services. So earlier there was no prohibition. In this code also, please be clear, there is no prohibition, but there are restriction on taxation services to audit clients. What do I mean when I say that? If you are the auditor, you are the statutory auditor, you are doing the tax audit, then you are also filing the return of income in income tax and also for GST. You are also appearing for the assessment of that assessee, and you are also doing the appeals of that assessee. There was no clear-cut restriction or bar in the or prohibition in the earlier code. In the new code, there are restrictions that have been imposed. There is no flat approval that if you are an auditor, you can keep doing taxation services. A very big change that has been introduced in this part A. Like I mentioned, this was done in the last council, so this was not debated by myself being a part of the council. I have my own views on this, but like in a mature democracy, we have to accept whatever has been decided and pronounced by the council. This is going to be the law. We will discuss what are the restrictions, but one important point that I would like to share with you here is there are restrictions. It is not a flat prohibitions. How to go about these restrictions, we will discuss when we go through in detail. So NOCLAR, taxation services, management responsibility. એટલે કે મેનેજમેન્ટ વતે કે મેનેજમેન્ટ કે બિહાફ पे अगर आप कोई सर्विसेज दे रहे थे, those management responsibility works now have been categorically barred. In fact, members who are practicing in corporate form, that is corporate audits, company law audits, there is section 144 which clearly lays out what are the works that a chartered accountant or auditor cannot do for companies. Those are management works, management responsibilities, and clearly laid out in 144 what you cannot do. Now, through the code of ethics, it is made applicable for all. That is to say, not just companies, partnerships, proprietorships, cooperatives, trust, but any form of entity. You will now be prohibited from doing any activity which is termed as management responsibility. There are certain exceptions in the form of administrative services that are carved out. We will discuss it, but please be very clear and categorical. Now you cannot do something that the management was supposed to do it yourself, and then say that this was only in the Companies Act, that section 144 is there. For other entities, there is not. Now in the code of ethics itself, management responsibilities are prohibited. The fourth very important change, and let's spend a couple of minutes again in detail to understand this, is that in the earlier code of ethics that is even prevalent today, there is a recommendatory cap that એક client થી તમે 40% થી વધારે fees ના લઈ શકો. So for example, if your gross receipt is 20 lakh rupees, one client ideally should not provide more than 8 lakh rupees of professional fees. That is 40%. That was a threshold on a recommendatory basis. There is a change that is being introduced through this amended code of ethics, which states that if for 2 consecutive years, so for 2018-19 and 19-20, from one client group, if your total fees exceed 15% of your total receipt. So 20 lakhs fee, and that one group itself gives you, let's say, 4 lakh rupees, then you will have to intimate JCWG, that is those charged with governance. જેને આપણે management કહેતા હોઈએ છે. So in your engagement letter, you will have to go and mention it to your clients that your firm, your entity, your company, your group is providing us more than 15% of our gross receipts. Now there is no restriction bar, but you will have to communicate. Very important change that we must understand. You will have to analyze your firm's receipt. You will have to analyze how the total receipt stacks up against certain larger clients. And in case there is more than 15%, you will have to have a communication with them in the form of your engagement letter and notify them. Here again, I have certain views which even yesterday there was an ethical standard board meeting, and I have requested that this has been one applied by the previous council, but I feel there are one or two very important aspects that probably might have been missed out. For example, there is a new chartered accountant who has recently started practice, or maybe first 3, 4, 5 years of practice. It is going to be obvious that they will get fees to a large extent from only limited clients, and some of them may be large. They must be given an exemption. The exemption given under this clause as of today is only for a 5 lakh total receipt, that is above 5 lakh it becomes applicable, and government companies, PSUs, PSBs have been excluded. In my view, either we have to give comfort to our new and small firms, or you should make it only applicable for public interest entities or for larger audits, so that small and medium practitioners do not face it. There are two views that exist. One view which says that why should there be a communication to the client? Why should I tell him that you are paying me more than 15%? Then he becomes in a dominating position. The other view is there is no restriction, you're only notifying them. So those two have to be balanced. I am sure that in the next council, hopefully some changes in this regard can be brought out. But as of today, let me be clear and categorical. The way the code of ethics is drafted, if one client group gives you more than 15% for 2 consecutive years, then you have to notify them through your communication to those charged with governance. And finally, there is now certain duty that has been cast for unintentional breach of international independence standards. These have been introduced in this code of ethics. There were no international independence standards earlier. Now they have been introduced. So 5 very important changes in part A that we are discussing. NOCLAR, non-compliance of laws and regulations. Taxation services, not the same as earlier. You cannot do everything for your statutory audit clients. Prohibition on management services. You cannot take up any role on behalf of the management. Currently barred for companies through section 144, through code of ethics barred for all entities. Restriction of 15% or more for 2 consecutive years to the same client group. And finally, independence standards. So these are the substantive. It is a under no masalo, meat, or the crux changes છે આ છે. What are the structural changes? એટલે કે તમે code of ethics જૂની ચોપડી અને નવી ચોપડી compare કરો તો એમાં structurally શું difference છે? So these are the important changes substantively. If you look at the structural changes, structure wise, there are again 5 important changes that we would like to highlight. One, and the first most important, is that independence standards have now been specifically categorized separately for audit and review. That is for clients that you do audit service or review service for listed entities, and for other engagements. That is to say certificates, that is to say entities where you're only engaged for certain services which are not audit or review, where you are not providing an assurance. So independence standards એ બે માટે અલગ રીતે categorize કરવામાં આવ્યા છે. Second, the independence section is now recategorized as international independence standards because they are brought in par with the ISBA code. The language has been changed from should, where the chartered accountant or the professional accountant should. Now the code of ethics says the professional accountant shall. Also, when you look at this code, I'm sure the branch will share the link with you and also the PDF copies with you. There is a clear-cut R, capital R, and a capital A. These clearly distinguish what is R is requirement, what is A is application material, so you can understand what are the paragraphs which are requirements, what are the paragraphs which is giving you guidance. And finally, there is a very clear clarity now that whether these standards apply only to the firm, what part applies to the member, what applies to a network firm which is registered with ICI, and what applies to the individual firm. That has been clearly included. Earlier, this was not. And the reason is because in 2009, there was no firm merger guidelines and network guidelines. Since the council and the profession has evolved, those have been now incorporated in this code of ethics. So 5 substantive changes, 5 structural changes we have discussed. Now, some important definitions that I would like to draw your attention to. The first and foremost being the term professional accountant. આપણા કોડમાં ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ વર્ડ નથી યુઝ કર્યો. They have used the term professional accountant. And the reason is simple. In certain jurisdictions, you have CPA, for example, in the US. In UK, India, you have chartered accountant. In Australia, you have both CPA and chartered accountant. So to be agnostic to this terminology, the international market has a very clear understanding of defining us as professional accountants. And to be at par, I believe this definition is now used in the ISBA Code of Ethics as professional accountants. And this has been defined. A professional accountant is an individual who is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So this has been very clearly, importantly laid out. The 2009 code, well, like I said, there was part A, which was from ISBA and IFAC, part B, domestic. This is being changed. Volume 1, part A, volume 2, part B, volume 3, which deals with disciplinary mechanism. Now that we are talking about volume 1, the volume 1 itself has 3 important basic parts to it. The part 1, which is applicable to all professional accountants, that is CA holding COP and CAs in industry, in service, or in any other form of business of their own. For all who are a chartered accountant and member, part 1 is applicable. Part 2 is only applicable for professional accountants in business, that is, which we commonly say is member in industry, his own business or somebody else's business. Part 3 is for professional accountants in public practice, which we can say COP, full-time holders. That is the part 3. So 1 to all, 2 to members in industry, 3 to COP holders. The part 4 has 2 parts, 4A, 4B, which deals with the independent standards, clearly broken out, audit and review. So for clients where you are giving audit, review, that is assurance service A. For where you are not doing assurance service, certificates, other engagements, that is part B. And finally, there is glossary, which is the definitions, which is applicable again to all professional accountants. So important for us to appreciate these changes. The compliance of code of ethics is ensured, because if you do not comply, a lot of you will have a question: how is this being issued? Under what power is the council, or what direction is the code of ethics being issued? Then non-compliance of provisions of the code are deemed as violation of clause 1 of part 2 of the second schedule of the Chartered Accountants Act, which says that a member of the institute, whether in practice or not, shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he contravenes any provisions of this act, that is the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, or the regulations, that is the Chartered Accountants Regulations 1998, made thereunder, or any guidelines issued by the council. So the code of ethics is in the form of a guideline which is issued by the council, and for all 3 of these, you can be held as guilty. Therefore, important that the code of ethics comes with the full power, and this is where it derives its strength from. Now let's try and understand the new pattern of structure. When you go through the PDF file, you will see this. The letter R very clearly designates requirements. That has to be addressed by you. And A is the application material or the guidance material, where it gives you context, explanations. There are suggestions for actions or illustrations that will give you guidance to implement that part. So each section will have R, which is a requirement, and also there will be application material, which is A, which will be given in the code. So what is this code based out of? And what are the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework on which this code of ethics is based, rather our profession is based? And I think if we understand this, and if you understand the next slides which deal with the safeguards and the risks, I think conceptually તમને આ code of ethics agar section refer nahi કર્યું and still you will be able to answer what is it that a chartered accountant can do. So let's spend a couple of minutes to understand the conceptual framework. What does it encompass? It encompasses first and foremost, professional competence and due care. What do we mean by professional competence? Well, in India, chartered accountants are regulated. You are given the degree of a chartered accountant, the right to call yourself auditor under the Companies Act or under the Income Tax Act, because you are given that statutory power. So the professional competence is recognized, that an MCom, any other person who's done commerce, he himself just cannot do it. Chartered accountants are only authorized to do the audit function. Even after qualifying, you have continuous professional learning, the CPE, which is mandatory, which ensures that your professional competence is up to date. And due care is what is expected from each one of us as chartered accountants, that whatever we do, that chalse attitude cannot be there. You have to be responsible for whatever work you do, and due care must be exercised for anything that is going out in your name. So professional competence and due care, we all understand. Integrity. What is integrity? It is very basic, fundamental. I don't think I have to explain the definition of what is being integrity, or what is the quality of integrity that we must possess as chartered accountants and professionals. But I am very confident to say this, that majority, rather 99% of our members have the highest level of integrity. And I mean it when I say it, because there are so many clients that get audited. There are so many industries that get audited. Have we ever seen a case, for example, the smallest, where you are doing the audit of a manufacturing company? You know where he's purchasing his raw material from. You know what is the conversion cost. You know what is the selling price. You know the dealers. You know the market. Everything is aware. But in all these years, I have never seen a chartered accountant who has stolen all this from a client and then started his own business, because we have integrity. We are people with the highest level of integrity. Money making is not our objective. People trust us with their most confidential records because we have integrity to maintain. In fact, recently you would have all seen that the Reliance Industries Limited, 1,60,000 crore plus of fundraising. Let's leave the rights issue aside, but over 1 lakh crore was raised from various private equity companies and Facebook. Did we know who is coming? Did we know what was the valuation? Did we know the amount? There were so many chartered accountants who were involved at Reliance level, at the other companies level, at the negotiation level. They have maintained the highest level of integrity, and that is why people rely on chartered accountants, that once there is an information with them, they will perform the task with integrity. So very important conceptual framework. Objectivity. What is objectivity? Whenever I'm looking at certain aspect, I will be objective. I will not have my own interest into it. That is why from the earliest days in India, if you are a shareholder of a company, you are not able to do the audit. Even for relatives, there are restrictions for you to be able to do the audit. Why? Because chartered accountants are able to objectively do certain activity. For doctors also, you will see that certain doctors do not prefer to operate or treat their own family members. Why? Because if he has to operate or cut some patient, he's able to do it, but he may lose his objectivity if it comes to his relative, and they refer them to some other doctor. Similarly, for us, objectivity is very important. You have to be very clear and indifferent from the client to be able to be objective. Confidentiality. So much client data rests with us. We have their profitability, their PAT, their GP ratios, but it all remains saved in our hearts, in our minds, because of the confidentiality that we all have. So these are all integral parts of the conceptual framework. And finally, the professional behavior. What is professional behavior? Professional behavior is not just your conduct of how you deal with your clients. I believe it is much more. It is how you treat your colleagues. It is how you run your office. It is how we brand ourselves, how we advertise for ourselves. Because if somebody was to go on a railway station and market Tron tax audit, today bad tax audit, free, I don't think you will call it professional. It is not professional behavior. So as chartered accountants is professional behavior must come out of your actions, out of your conduct, out of everything that we do. And let me give one other cool example, may not be appreciated by all, but even the smallest things, such as how we dress, is also how our professional behavior comes across. And I agree, in today's day, when we are in the COVID situation, it is comfortable for us to go in office, to meet clients, maybe in jeans, maybe in t-shirt. I'm not judging anybody. It's your right to decide. But just small example that I always give is regarding, for example, there was an accident, God forbid, in your family, and you went to the hospital, and there was a doctor who had to do an emergency operation. He arrives and says, I will do the operation. And you look at him He's wearing a jeans with 4-tone parts, which is the fashion right now. He's wearing a t-shirt. There's a tattoo on him. He's wearing some colored hair with multiple colors. He has a headphone on him and he says, yo, I'm going to do the operation. Will you be comfortable giving your loved one to him to operate? Don't answer me. Put a hand to your heart and answer it. Probably no. If you are not comfortable trusting that professional, how can we then as professionals expect our clients to give us confidential material, financial information, their own financial life opened in front of us if we don't appear to them as professionals? Just a point to ponder, not saying that we must all be in tie and suit in this 50 degrees heat, but yes, at least let's avoid unprofessional conduct and behavior, because that is not befitting our profession. So professional competence, due care, integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, and professional behavior. Finally, because independence is by itself a separate part, what do we mean by when we can you confirm if you can hear me? Am I audible? Okay, so I've received certain confirmation that I'm audible. I think somewhere today, Bishan bhai, your go-to this application is facing some errors. Maybe as a branch, we will have to consider some other option also as a backup, because first time even I'm facing this error. But I apologize to all the participants. I'm trying my best. In fact, હું તમને જોઉં છું અત્યારે સ્ક્રીનમાં અને મારી સ્ક્રીન આખી ઊંધી છે, so I'm probably reading more from my memory than from reading out of the screen. So I apologize. Please bear with me. So this we've discussed the conceptual framework. Let us now come to the application of the code. આ કોડ કયા બેસિસ પર અપ્લાય થાય છે? અને જ્યારે મેં તમને taxation ની વાત કરી, I told you that when we are discussing about taxation services, there is no prohibition, there are restrictions, and we will understand what is the difference, how these restrictions can be overcome with the use of safeguards. But before we understand that aspect, let us first list down and analyze the threats. What are the threats that are faced by chartered accountants, by practicing accountants, or by people who are in industry also? That is to say, by professional accountants. The first and foremost threat that has been internationally identified is self-interest threat. If I am auditing an entity and I have some interest in it, it may be in the form of holding equity shares, it may be in the form of my own very relative being the owner, my brother or my father owning this company, then there is self-interest. Because when I have to give an opinion, when I have to express my opinion, or I have to give a certificate for the purpose, it is expected that you do not face self-interest threat. Self-interest threat is therefore internationally prevalent, identified. Examples are all known to you. You own equity in a company, you own shares in a company, there is self-interest. Your relative owns some equity, again self-interest exists. So self-interest is categorized as a threat. Self-review threat, what does that mean? Let's go back to the first slide we discussed. You are writing the accounts, you are doing the audit, you are yourself reviewing your own work. There is no maker checker concept, there is a self-review threat. That is a live example of self-review. Besides that, certain entries that you make for your client, if you have to then go and audit it, again there will be a self-review threat. So those are all cases and example that can be identified as a self-review threat. Advocacy threat, I am the auditor, I am also in future going to represent the chartered accountant's case, the company's case as a chartered accountant or representative, authorized representative in front of assessing officer, in front of CIT appeal, in front of ITAT. I will therefore be compelled, or there will be a threat of advocating my position in front of these authorities, and therefore they are bound, or there are chances that I may exercise certain negligence, or I may be little compromised in my audit because I have to look at or guard a future tax position. એટલે હું ઓડિટમાં કોમ્પ્રોમાઇઝ કરીશ કેમ કે મારે આગળ જઈને એને એડવોકેટ કરવાની છે પોઝિશન. એઓ સામે CIT appeal સામે. Therefore, advocacy is a threat which is internationally accepted. Familiarity threat. If you have been with the client for 15, 20, 25 years, કદાચ ઘર જેવા સંબંધ થઈ જાય. એના બધા પ્રસંગોમાં તમે જતા હો, તમે તમારા ઘરના પ્રસંગોમાં એને બોલાવતો હો. You become so familiar with each other, you know everything in and out of that client. And why is that a threat? Because once you know somebody with such familiarity, you know the ins and out, it becomes very difficult for you then to comment or to say anything about that audit to qualify. For example, right now in the pandemic COVID situation, there may be entities that are genuinely facing problem. If I objectively look at it, I may say that there is a going concern challenge. But if that client is so many years old, will you be able to, with the same conviction, able to qualify the going concern issue? It's a question that I'm posing for everybody to answer. Maybe, maybe not. So familiarity is a threat. Therefore, there are cooling off provisions, there are rotation provisions to ensure that too much familiarity with the client is avoided. Intimation threat. What does intimidation threat means? That the client is in a position to intimidate you, to threaten, to, intimidate means to bully you or to come and તમને ધમકાઈ શકે કે તમને intimidate કરી શકે એવા પોઝિશનમાં ક્લાયન્ટ આવી જાય. એ ક્યારે સિચ્યુએશન્સમાં થાય? That your client provides majority of your income to you, and therefore he may be in a position to command that kind of intimidation right on you. So the examples for those can be too much dependence or over dependence on limited clients is an intimidation threat. So self-interest, my own equity, self-review, reviewing my own work, advocacy, representing the client's audit in front of other authorities, familiarity, long relationship, intimidation, that is dependence on the client. These are identified as threats, and each threat can be applied. There can be a safeguard that you can apply against it. That is to say, these are risks, and the controls which can mitigate these risks are called as safeguards in this code of ethics. Safeguards kaya છે? સૌથી પહેલો જે આપણે અત્યારે કરી રહ્યા છે, education and training. Because of education, training and CPE, which is the next item, તમને ખબર જ નથી કે મારાથી આ ના થાય, and you do it not because you wanted to violate the code, but because you did not know the requirement of the code of ethics. Well, then it is lack of education. But if you are educated, if you have attended these CPE programs, you will know what to do, how to mitigate these threats. So that is a safeguard. Experience in itself is a safeguard, because senior members, it becomes difficult, for example, for you to intimidate them. Corporate governance structure in the client's place at your entity level, if there are corporate governance mechanisms, it is a good safeguard. Professional standards. That is where I always say standards on auditing is not a burden. It is in fact your safeguard. It is your biggest protection. Tomorrow, if you have taken a position in your audit report and you want to justify it tomorrow when it gets picked up for disciplinary review, if you have followed your professional standards, it is the best case scenario for you that you can justify and explain to the bench that I followed this standard to the T. This was the requirement. This is what I have done. Ama emphasis of matter જ આવે, ama qualification ના આવે. But when can you do it? When you know the SS700 series by heart, you know where you put a EOM, where you put a qualification, where you put an adverse opinion, where you put a disclaimer of opinion. But if you go by general knowledge, મને બધું આવડે છે, આમાં disclaimer એ મૂકો, આમાં adverse opinion એ મૂકો, આમાં આમ કરો, તેમ કરો. Well, if you want to make the report of yourself, then I mean, all the best. We are all professionals. But sometimes if it gets picked up for review by any authority, NFRA or otherwise also, then it becomes difficult for you to justify. So professional standards is your safeguard. Regulatory and disciplinary mechanism in India very highly prevalent. In fact, last year I can share with you, friends, the DC conducted and concluded over 400 cases, the highest ever that was done in the last year, 1920. Just to compare it with the past, the highest ever has been some in the range of 100 to 150. So a very strong disciplinary mechanism, in fact, is a safeguard for all of us, that it ensures that 2 or 4% or maybe smaller 1% of our population of chartered accountants, if they do something wrong, because of them, we do not have to face the trouble. So strong disciplinary mechanism is a safeguard.
and external review, that is in the form of peer review, QRB, FRRB, they all serve as safeguards. So what are safeguards and what is its importance? If you have to understand it, well, if the earlier code, let's not discuss that. Current code, if you see a threat, familiarity threat, self-review threat, or any other threat, advocacy threat, you have to use these safeguards to bring it to a acceptable level. Once it is reduced to an acceptable level, you can then pursue the audit. And what is acceptable level? Koi third party come looking at these principles, the fundamental principles that we discussed, objectivity, integrity, confidentiality. Third party agar ene karat, and if that is the level at which you are able to bring it, that a third party would also do it, then it is something that you can proceed with. If I have to diagrammatically explain this concept, I would request your attention on this slide. You evaluate the threats. We discussed all the 5 threats. Then you apply the safeguards. There can be a corporate governance mechanism. Let's take the example of taxation. For taxation, certain services within your office, if you can very clearly have a framework that the audit staff is this, the tax staff is this, and they both are different and independent of each other, separate. અને જે ટેક્સ નું કામ કરે છે કદી ઓડિટમાં નહીં જાય, ઓડિટ વાળાને સલાહ નહીં આપે, અને ઓડિટ વાળો અહીંયા જઈને કંઈ કામ નહીં કરે, then it is a safeguard. It is a mechanism that you can demonstrate to show that you have a safeguard. So the threat exists of advocacy, you apply a safeguard, and then you have to judge. If you are able to reduce the threat to an acceptable level, you accept or continue with the assignment. But in your opinion, if you are not able to reduce the threat, if the perceived threat is such that a third party will also perceive it as a violation of the fundamental principles, then in those cases you must decline that engagement. So I hope with this diagrammatic representation I've been able to clearly explain to you the importance of the conceptual framework, the threats that exists, and the safeguards. Because based on this, you will, as we go forward in the part A, understand what can be these different parts of safeguard. So let's now talk about the important changes that have been made in the part A. The first and foremost that we discussed was NOCLAR. So what is NOCLAR? As you can see on your screen, it refers to any act of omission or commission. એટલે omit કર્યું કે commit કર્યું. Omit એટલે ભૂલમાં મારથી કઈ ભૂલ થઈ, એક તમારા client થી ભૂલ થઈ. Commission means commit એટલે જાણીને એને violation કર્યું. So for both omission, that is generally by error, and commission, which is intentional, committed by a client or employer. So for members in practice, by our client; for members in industry, by our employer, which is contrary to prevailing laws or regulations. Those are known as non-violations. Those are known as NOCLAR applicability. So, but this is where the applicability of NOCLAR comes in. If you have noted that there is a violation, there is the responsibility of yours to report it to the authority. Which authority we will discuss in the next slide. But now not only are you restricting yourself in tax audit to the 40 clauses or in the Companies Act to the Companies Act and the accounting standards, you will also have to ensure compliance of other laws and regulations. This is mentioned in section 260 and 360 of our new code of ethics. One important point that I would like to draw here, this NOCLAR, as this code is being introduced, for the first phase is only applicable to listed entities. That is to say, clients which are listed in a matej NOCLAR છે. So for partnership firms, for proprietors, for unlisted companies, closely held limited companies, for all of those, this is yet not made applicable. Going forward, it may be. Right now, it is only for listed companies and for audit assignments. So if you are doing maybe a certification work or some other work of a listed client, which is not in the nature of audit, not applicable. Listed entity છે પણ audit નથી એટલે not applicable. Audit છે પણ entity listed નથી તો પણ not applicable. It must ensure both categories. It is a listed entity and you are providing audit service, then NOCLAR will be applicable. And in case of PAs in service, that is chartered accountants in service, it is applicable to all employees of listed companies. So this NOCLAR will make it applicable to all of them. That is a huge change that is being introduced by this code of ethics. And why is it? જેટલા આપણા members in practice માં હશે, they will recognize sometimes we rely on the management. We rely on management certificate. And it has been seen in the past that chartered accountants as auditors have relied on the management, on the CFO, and given certain certification. And later on, it was turned out that the CFO was also involved with the management. He knew that the management was doing an act of commission, but chose to remain silent. Here, the institute wants to ensure that if the responsibility or the finger is pointed at the auditor, similar finger must also be pointed on the chartered accountant who is not in practice but who is in service, because it was his responsibility. His commitment should not be towards the company alone, but his commitment should be towards the profession. And if he sees that there is an error, or act of commission or omission, immediately that auditor should also notify or step back from doing that exercise. This is done to give more responsibility on chartered accountants who are in industry and sometimes use our gullible members in practice to get certain certification. Well, now if they are found to be doing this hanky-panky, the code of ethics will apply to them also. What are the laws and regulations that have to have an application? Let me ask and give you a simple example. We discussed about PF. If your client is into manufacturing activity, let's say they are into manufacturing chemicals, textile or any other line, and you see that there is no effluent treatment plant. You see that he is polluting the environment, which has not just environmental costs, but tomorrow there will be a financial penalty that may be laid upon the client. You earlier were not reporting it, but now with the introduction of NOCLAR, even a violation of such environmental penalty will become a reportable event for NOCLAR. And if you see that he is violating this other laws and regulation, you will have to report it. Who do you report it to? Since it is applicable only to listed entities, SEBI is going to be the person to whom you will have to report the non-compliance of these laws and regulations. Another example can be your own client, and you know that he is married. The Marriage Act applies, the Hindu Act applies to him, and he is in marriage. But you see that he has indulged in an extramarital affair, because daily when you go for audit, you see that he's coming and leaving with some other lady. You can establish very clearly that he's having extramarital affair. Will that be a reportable event? Answer is no, because here if you look at the slide, it very clearly says only laws and regulations that have a direct effect on determination of material amounts and disclosures in financial statements have to be reported. So there has to be an effect, a financial effect, which will affect the disclosures or the financial position, and which are fundamental to the business entity's operation. What are the examples of NOCLAR or other laws which has been very clearly laid out in section 360.5? The list has been given here for your reference: fraud, corruption, bribery, data protection, environmental protection, public health and safety. These are all now reportable events for entities. If you are doing audit of a listed entity, you will have to report non-compliances of this. And remember, the revised code of ethics becomes applicable on 1st of July. So like I said, NOCLAR will not be applicable if the matter is inconsequential. A material amount nothing. Personal misconduct, the example that I gave you of the extramarital affair, those are personal misconduct because they are not related to business entity. They are not covered. And any non-compliance by other than the client for COP holders or other than your employer for members in service, which are not by those charged with governance, those are excluded. Except that you will have to notify the NOCLAR as soon as you encounter the same while providing a professional service. And in the end, you can read that SEBI is going to be the reporting authority for listed entities. So with this, we have covered the one major change of NOCLAR. Two important abbreviations that you will have to learn or remember from the part A. One was NOCLAR, the other is PIE, P-I-E, Mohandas Pai nahi, PIE, Public Interest Entity ni baat karu chu. We will go there and discuss what is PIE also, because a lot of this revised code is going to be applicable for public interest entities. The next is the independent standards. I think I gave you a summary. They have been clearly distinguished for audit and review engagements and for other engagements. And their breach, if that happens, the mechanism has been covered under this. Now let's move to audit and engagement. An important definition is that of a key audit partner. That has been defined. The engagement partner is also defined. The 2019 code in the volume 1 defines the engagement partner, the individual responsible for the engagement quality control review, the other audit partners, if any, that is the people who work on the assignment, the engagement team, chartered accountants, articles and staff who make key decisions or judgments on the significant matters with respect to audit of the financial statements on which the firm will express an opinion. So depending upon the circumstances and the role of the individuals in the audit, other audit partners may include, for example, partners responsible for significant subsidiaries or the divisions, they all are covered in the definition of key audit partner, yourself, and for a material subsidiary, the auditors are there. Firm rotation, you are all aware the Companies Act has brought in a firm rotation policy, proprietorship 5 years, partnership firms 10 years, you have to rotate the firm. Under the Code of Ethics 2019, the firm rotation has been recognized, that is forming part of the Companies Act, but additionally, the concept of partner rotation has also been introduced. And what is the partner rotation? It means that in the Companies Act, it is currently at the behest of the company. So the company requests that the partner may be changed for independence, he gets changed. But now you will have to compulsorily change your partner within your rotation of the firm also. For all those of you who may not be aware, and that is why I said 2019 ના કોડ જોડે 2009 ના કોડના examples પણ આપું છું, because even today, if you look at the 2009 code, even as of today, though your firm may be appointed for 10 years, there is a requirement that after 7 years, the engagement partner and team must take a 2-year cooling off. The 2-year cooling off is existing in the 2009 code, which is applicable as on today. In the 2019 code, the 7 years period has been kept the same, but the cooling off has been changed. For the engagement partner, it is for 5 years. એટલે જેને ઓડિટ સહી કર્યું કે કી પાર્ટનર હતો એનું 5 વર્ષ. જે engagement quality review partner હતો 3 years. So for 3 years, he cannot do the audit or the review. For 5 years, that person cannot do the audit. And for the other staff, 2 years. Very important for us to mention here that this cooling off is not just signature. If you look at the next slide, the restrictions on cooling off have been very clearly defined in section 540. What it puts is there is a prohibition on consulting with engagement team. એટલે કે જે audit team આ વર્ષમાં audit કરી રહી છે અને તમે 7 વર્ષ કયા વર્ષે પૂરા થયા, then you have to not just not sign the audit, you must not have any consulting done with the engagement team. તમારી audit team જોડે તમારે કોઈ discussion નથી કરવાનું. You should not lead or coordinate the professional services of the firm with the client. You cannot be the lead partner, continue to be the lead partner on the assignment or oversee the relationship. This is again, like I mentioned, being done. Let's go back to the threats. Familiarity threat is a recognized international principle because of which firm rotation was introduced. Similarly, partner rotation is an international concept where within the firm also a partner after 7 years will have to be compulsorily rotated. So I hope with this we have been able to clearly understand the concept of NOCLAR, the independent standards that have been issued for separate audit and review and other engagements. You've been able to understand the concept of the cooling off period, partner and audit rotation. Now we move on to the other change, compulsory restriction on management responsibilities. What is a management responsibility? A management responsibility means something that the management was supposed to do. It is a responsibility of the management and you exercise it. And here let me share a small example with you. I have a international experience of working in the United States. Very recently, I had the opportunity to work and attend a meeting that was being done by the SEC, that is the Securities Exchange Commission. It is our equivalent of SEBI in the US. And SEC ni meeting ma there was a question that was asked. And again, હું કહું છું મેં US નું example છે. ઇન્ડિયામાં આ પ્રકારની કોઈ requirement નથી, કદાચ આવવાની પણ નથી in the short term. But I'm mentioning it to you just so that you get a flavor of what is happening internationally and how the interpretation is being done. So there in the SEC meeting, a chartered accountant or a CPA raised a question that I am the auditor of financial statements. I'm very clearly in my audit report mentioning that financial statements are the responsibility of the management. So they have prepared, they have printed, and they have come to me for signing. If I staple the financial statements, do you think that is a challenge? And I mean, for us in India, that it was very funny because a lot of time we end up printing the financial statements in our office also, leave alone stapling it. And the answer that came from SEC was that even if you staple the financial statements that belong to the management, you are doing certain management responsibility. This is the expectation in listed entities in the US. This is not for not unlisted entities, but for listed entities, this is the level of restriction that you must have, the level of independence you must have. In India, thankfully, looking at our scenario, the management responsibility has been clearly defined. In fact, a very important carve out has been given in the form of administrative services. And એમાં એવું કીધું છે કે administrative services, if you are giving to your client, then that does not constitute to be a management responsibility. What are those? The first and foremost is word processing services. So you type something or print something on behalf of the client. It is at his behest. You're only providing that facility. It is categorized as administrative, not a management responsibility. Preparing administrative or statutory forms for client approval. એટલે client ના approval થી ભરવાનું હોય એનો return કે એનો કોઈ form આપણે બનાવીએ, આપણે ભરીએ, and you email and send it to him that this is prepared on your behest, on your behalf. I had the financial information which I only audited, but I'm only putting it in a format and submitting it to you for your review. That you can do. Then if the client instructs that you please e-file it, then submission of a form is also treated as administrative, and monitoring of deadlines is also an administrative service. But here, very important, I think a lot of you would have got what I'm trying to say. You are not just supposed to file the return, prepare the return, do everything, but you must demonstrate that the fag end of the activity was actually done at the behest of the client. It is his responsibility to file the tax return, to compute his income. You have only done administrative service by entering that in your software, but that approval you must ensure that you get from him on your email, to ensure that you are saying that by our return mein banayu, તમે check karo, a approve kare અને કે okay, go ahead and file, and you simply file it, then you can say it is an administrative service. But આખું return જ તમે બનાવો, concept પર તમે આપો, 6 computation બનાવીએ, આપણે જેના પર સહી કરીએ અને આપણે જ upload કરીએ, well then it is, in my view, difficult for you to say an administrative service. Very important for you to appreciate, because administrative services have been carved out. Management responsibility or else cannot be done by chartered accountants. Similarly, non-assurance engagements, 144 of the Companies Act, as you are aware, even here in the Code of Ethics, prohibitions have been introduced of what services you cannot do or cannot provide as chartered accountants to your audit clients. In terms of recruitment service, what kind of recruitment services you cannot be party to them employing all their employees. You cannot, for example, write the accounts. The entire IT infrastructure cannot be set up by you as statutory auditor. So all of these non-assurance services have been very clearly laid out in this Code of Ethics. And now we move to a very important aspect, which I believe will be applicable to a lot of our chartered accountants in and around Ahmedabad, is taxation service to audit clients. मैं તમને કીધું એમ 2009 ના કોડમાં there was no clarity. There was probably it was allowed for you to provide all taxation services. The 2019 Code of Ethics, please read the last paragraph. It states that providing tax services to an audit client might create a self-review threat, that is, you are verifying your own work, and advocacy threat, that you may go and represent the tax services or the tax computations or the tax positions in an advocate form in front of AO or CITFP. What are the examples of this? We will go through in the next slide, but important to understand at the first level, things are not the same as they were earlier. What has changed? Let's go through that. The first and foremost, the tax return preparation. Like we mentioned, administrative service, it is not a challenge, it's perceived as a challenge, and therefore no problem, not a threat. Tax calculations for the purpose of preparing accounting entries. એટલે કે tax provision. તમે જ tax provision તમારા computer પર તમારા software થી બનાવો. તમે એની entry client પાસેથી record કરાવો, P&L ને balance sheet માં નાખો, અને પછી તમે જેના પર opinion આપો, that creates a self-review threat. Let's be very clear. Here there is no exception. If you are the auditor, you are not preparing the tax provision entries. Let management provide for it. If you are providing administrative services for it, that's fine. But to do the tax computation and then do the audit, it is clearly a self-review threat. What can be the safeguard? Well, very clear. You have to be distinguished. You must ideally, in this situation, never be posting the entry for tax provision. That has to come from the client. The client must give you the tax provision signed by him or emailed by him saying this must be the tax provision. So very important, self-review threat. Tax planning, other tax advisory services, they create self-review and advocacy threat, because you will want to justify the tax position. How you can come over this threat is by using appropriate safeguards. So here, this is where the crux of this Code of Ethics also lies, along with the important parts that I shared with you, that if you are doing taxation services, you will now have to demonstrate effective, appropriate safeguards for such risks or threats that exists. What can be? I've given an example. You have professionals who are not in the audit team who will be doing this tax services. So your tax and audit team is clear, separate, clearly distinguished and identifiable. In such cases, you have a safeguard which you can demonstrate that in my office, Mr. X and Y did the audit, Mr. A, the audit partner, signed, tax team PQR, they have nothing to do with audit and they have done this taxation service. Then you are able to clearly demonstrate and probably reduce the threat to an acceptable level by applying these safeguards and continue providing taxation services. Similar is in the case of valuations. Yeah, you tax services involving valuations. There is a perceived threat. You will not have to specially do it if it will have an impact on the financial statements. In resolution in tax disputes, like I discussed, assessments, scrutinies, appeals. In that cases also there is a self-review or advocacy threat. You have to have appropriate safeguards. If you are the auditor, ideally, then such defending of cases against the AO may not be ideally accurate, and the correct acceptance and application of this revived code of ethics. So I hope with this you have understood the big change that has been introduced even in the taxation services. Management responsibilities you have clearly understood, you cannot undertake them. You've understood about the concept of NOCLAR. We haven't discussed in detail also about the 15% threshold that has been there for 2 consecutive years from the same client group. You cannot take it. Like I said, that will be subject to discussion, that will be subject to changes that may happen on the 30th of April. Some people, I'm already getting feedback. I don't think there is a chat function on this software that the branch is using, but a lot of you are sharing your feedback on your WhatsApp stating that this is too tough a regulation for small and medium firms. I agree. In fact, I have gone on record and some of these points I have had my views very clearly expressed. But like I said, this was introduced in the last council. We can only hope, and I request that all of participants also, if you feel there are issues, for example, the 15%, it was only after I engaged with a lot of participants, I got their feedback, after which I was able to also present my views stating these are the change challenges. So we have discussed about the management responsibility, taxation services. Now let me take you through the definitions just for us to understand. Close family and immediate family. Very simple. Immediate family is what? Your spouse or dependent. And here international language again, it is not just spouse or equivalent. A lot of discussion I'm told had happened in the council, and finally they decided we must continue with this international word. So a spouse or its equivalent, and dependents. So dependents can be your children or your parents. If they are not dependent on you, still they will be close family members, because close family is parent, child or sibling. It is sago bhai, sister, chokra and parents. They are close family. Very important, because relatives definition is from the Companies Act. Close family and immediate family, wherever referred in this code of ethics, has a very clear and distinct definition. Now the last point, rather last important point regarding definitions, I told you NOCLAR is one new term. The other important term that you must remember out of today's discussion of part A is PIE, public interest entities. PIE is a concept that has been introduced through the code of ethics. You have seen in newspapers, articles, lot of people are talking about it. In the future, because at institute also we are hoping to share that we must at the institute level also propagate that the government, if they are putting certain restrictions, if there are strict laws being introduced, you must have it for public interest entities. એટલે કે જેમાં public ની equity કે debt હોય. બધા જ કંપનીઓ માટે એક જ પ્રકારના કાયદા લાવવા કદાચ may not be ideal, and therefore the concept of PIE is there. We are trying to propagate it, and I'm sure government is also listening to us, and certain changes in certain acts will be made, which clauses will be only applicable to PIE. And what are PIE? Well, in India, it has been starting off defined as a listed entity or an entity under whose act it has been said that public interest is its cause. So all listed entities, public interest entity, where the act itself states that it is created for public interest. And in India, banks and insurance companies are already included as the definition as public interest entities. So 400.8 section clearly sets out what is PIE. Very important definition for all of us to understand. Now, let me take you through inducements, gifts and hospitality. I think very clearly concept is understood. Diwali par inconsequential nani mithai no dabbo ape client levai no challenge. But Chandino Dabbo ape, Sonu ape, that is clearly not allowed as a statutory auditor, as an auditor. You must not accept such gifts, hospitalities, or inducements, which can in turn result in you being in an intimidation position from the client and not being able to exercise your independence. So these are all the important aspects and changes that are being introduced in the code of ethics. You read the last line which says total prohibition in case of audit and assurance clients. That will continue for audit assurance clients. You cannot seek these changes. Let me also now take you to the other important aspect of indebtedness, which is included in the part A. Well, the concept of materiality has now been introduced. I welcome council member from Kanpur Central Region, Manu Agarwalji, who has joined us today. Friends, he'll be taking us through the third volume, which is dealing with the disciplinary cases. He will share his expertise and experience on disciplinary mechanism. Somebody who has been in the disciplinary bench for 5 years. Manuji, I'm about to complete part 1, and then after part volume 2, I'll be handing it over to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Take your time,
I will
no problem.
just continue with the closing of the part A volume 1 here and the concept of materiality that has been introduced. I think with this, major changes that are introduced in terms of the revised code of ethics part A have been discussed. Contingent fees, one important point that I would like to highlight to you at this juncture. For audit clients, you cannot charge fee on a percentage basis or a contingent event basis. Audit fee that is not allowed. We are all aware. But I wanted to draw your attention to an important provision that exists in Regulation 192, where it is very clearly said that in case of IBC, if a chartered accountant receives fee on a percentage basis, because the bankruptcy code provides for it, that is acceptable. You are not in violation of code of ethics. Also, for a non-audit client, એટલે કે જે ક્લાયન્ટ નું તમે કોઈ ઓડિટ નું કામ નથી કરતા, તમે નોન અશ્યોરન્સ સર્વિસ આપો, for example taxation, for example other services where there is no attestation involved, there you can, or finance is you are raising finance for them. In such cases, for non-audit clients, non-assurance service, you can charge a percentage fee basis. So I hope with this you've also understood the important aspect about contingent fees. We've discussed of the part A, all the important changes that are being introduced in part A in terms of NOCLAR, management responsibility, taxation, and all the important changes. We will now, dear colleagues, move to volume 2, which is part B of the code of ethics. This is also the domestic provision. Here some important changes that have been made in this volume 2 part B by the council. This was done in the year 2019. I was actually a part of the council when the part B was introduced. I can happily and proudly say that a lot of changes were propagated by me in terms of we must relax the advertisement guidelines, because I understand that in today's world, when small and medium practitioners, and today being the small and medium practitioners day, we are facing a challenge that there are a lot of restrictions being faced on us to advertise, to market, or to showcase our service. At the same time, some multinational foreign firms through surrogacy using other entities are putting 20,000 square feet boardings in the airport. They are doing CFO awards and next year taking up the audit of these entities. Again, I'm not against any of these firms, but my point is that if one class of firms is allowed to do something, why should you restrict other chartered accountant firms from doing it? I would have proposed a lot of additional changes, only few that have been made through, but it's a continuous and ongoing process. But yes, the advertisement guidelines have been revised, amended, certain more leeway has been provided. So we will now very quickly go through the part B of this code of ethics, that is in volume 2. 5 important structural changes. What have happened? Well, the first and foremost, there was an Amendment Act of 2011. As you are aware, this code of ethics was done in 2009. So the act na jetla bhi changes that they have been included in this part. The amendments have been incorporated. The CA regulation of 1988, the changes that were made, all the guidelines, for example, UDIN on tax audit limits, it was 30, then 45, then 60. All of that has been now amended and incorporated in this code. All the council decisions and clarifications of ESB are included. Advertisement guidelines have been updated. Council's general guidelines for members have also been updated. There is changes in commentary of 6 and 7, which deals with how you solicit work as a chartered accountant. There has been some changes, and also in clause 8 of the act. So these are the changes structurally. or substantively that have happened. Structurally, well, you will be very happy to see this volume 2 or part B, because earlier it was in a form very jumbled. Now they have all been paragraphed, numbered. There are titles to all provisions, so you can clearly identify what it deals with. Appendices have been included which support all the changes that have been made. The disciplinary cases, like I shared in the beginning, has been removed from part B, and a volume 3 is being converted. Part A volume 1, part B is volume 2, and volume 3 is just DC cases. And this has been aligned with the part A, so that when you look at both, you can see there is a clear-cut flow to the document. So this is the structural and substantive changes. Here I would like to just share with you that Manu Bhai will take these slides. Rather, he will explain what is professional and other misconduct. But all of you who are aware of the disciplinary proceedings of the ICI, the two schedules that are there in the Act, and more importantly, the way they have been broken out. Both schedules have parts to it. The first schedule have 4 parts. The second schedule has 3 parts. The first schedule has 19 clauses, and again I apologize, the whole screen is inverted for me. The second schedule has 15 clauses. So these are included. These are schedules to the Act, and the disciplinary mechanism, the prima facie opinion, the disciplinary mechanism is all dependent upon these schedules. We have Manu Agarwalji who will be taking up, but as a part B, the entire schedules have now been included as a part of part B, and the disciplinary cases are in volume 3, which Manuji will cover. So I will leave this part of professional misconduct and other misconduct. That is to say that what exercise you do in conduct of your profession, if there's a gross negligence, non-compliance, non-adherence to standards, that all is professional misconduct. But as a chartered accountant, even in your personal life or other private life, or representing yourself as a chartered accountant, if you do something which brings disrepute to the profession, which is unbecoming of a chartered accountant, those are considered to be other misconduct, which Manuji will explain and take it in his session. So then let me come directly to the part B changes. MCS, which is Management Consultancy Services. Now very clearly, we discussed this in part A. Even in part B, a new provision equivalent to the code has been introduced, where administrative services can be undertaken by the firm. A very clear-cut affirmation has been given that if you are doing administrative services, let's remember what they were: word processing services, tax return preparation for approval of client, tax return filing on behest of the client, and monitoring of statutory deadlines. Those are all examples of administrative services. Those in this guidelines part B, they have been allowed. In association to that, in MCS, there were certain other changes that were made to what is management consultancy services, which are allowed. So there are services which the council is specifically allowed, and some for which you need specific approval of the council. Here there have been certain changes. First and foremost, in relation to insurance financial advisory, the financial brokerage is allowed, but the insurance agency, that is to say a chartered accountant in practice becoming an insurance agent of a public or a private insurer or insurance company, that is prohibited, very clearly and explicitly changed in the MCS. Moving on to the valuation services, the earlier provision was just relation to valuation. Now what has been categorized as management consultancy service is valuation of shares in business and acting as a registered valuer under the Companies Act 2013. You are all aware the company's valuation rules have been issued, and now all valuations which are required under the Companies Act have to be done by such registered valuers. In fact, the government is in the process of establishing an institute for valuers. If you read the concept paper, the first line that the then Secretary of MC Anjali Srinivas mentioned when he conceptualized this was, I want to make it like a ICA-like institute. And friends, a matter of pride that the final report, which was submitted only a couple of months back, the preamble states that this institute for valuation should be on the basis of the ICI. So we are actually a benchmark for all future government institutes also to come up with. And in fact, I will be happier if instead of doing a separate institute, it directly comes within the ambit of the ICI, but government wants to have a separate entity, and the entire governing board is going to be controlled and managed and appointed by the government. That is what their decision is, so we'll have to accept it. But yes, a matter of pride that they want it to be run on the basis of ICI. And why I say ICI is important is because not just that the way we have been able to come up with standards of international level, the ethical standards which are now at international parity, but very important that even today, and I think all the participants don't appreciate it as much, we have 600, 700 full-time employees, but an army of 11 to 1200 people who are serving the profession with the sole intent to make lives of members and students better, raise the bar of the profession. And these are not just your central council members or your regional council members, but even the branch managing committee members. 164 branches, each of them having 5 to 7 members. All the regions put together having 100 plus regional council members and 30 central council members in total are working day in day out to ensure that how the profession's bar can be increased, how knowledge can be disseminated, and services can be provided to members. I think that is the crux of what differentiates ICI from any other institute. If this was to be run by government bureaucrats, with all due respect, or with any other professional agency, this amount of passion that is there in the functioning of ICI, even during pandemic times, you have seen that it may be the advisory on audit, it may be the advisory on accounting, it may be these webinars that are being conducted when we were all in lockdown phases. Innumerable programs and sessions were being held by all the limbs of ICI, branches, region, and the center, only to ensure that the best services and the best utilization of time of our members can happen. And I think that is a matter we all have to be proud about. And I think it is because of that that even the Valuation Institute is going to be set up in line with the ICAI. Now, regarding the retirement of partner, earlier, as you are aware, the retirement had to be, the Form 18 had to be filed physically, and therefore there were a lot of requirements in terms of communicating with the retiring partner. Now this has been removed from the code, because now the entire process of retirement happens through SSP and using OTP mechanism. So therefore this has been changed. Now the commentary under clause 3 and 4. So we are going by schedule. The first schedule we are discussing part 1, and under clause 3 and 4, the referral fees that members can share. Earlier there was no explicit allowance. Now explicitly permission is granted that you can share fees with other members. This is a very important change, which is clearly laying out that in clause 3, member to member fee sharing is not a restriction. Many disciplinary cases also in this, but now a chartered accountant can share his fees with chartered accountants. 53A, there is a regulation which allows for multidisciplinary practice, but our sister institutes, that is cost accountant and company secretaries, have not enabled this. What this, dear colleagues, allows is to have a partnership firm with CA, CS, CW as partner, but our other sister institutes are shying away and not accepting this. Maybe there may be a fear that if CS firms have CS and CW as partner, eventually there will be no CS, CW firms left, and they may all merge into CA firms. That can be a legitimate fear, because of which they are not allowing it. So as of today, modalities of ICI are not notified, though the regulation very clearly allows and provides for multidisciplinary practice firms. Important change also in terms of the guidance. As you are aware, in 2016, a new tender guidelines were issued by the council, where it is stated that if the minimum fee is not mentioned, then a chartered accountant cannot apply for a tender, subject to that tender has to be only for CAs. So that regulation was already introduced. This has been now brought into part B of the code. And also, friends, happy to share that last year under the PDC, we have a tender monitoring group for all such tenders, where in the opinion of the tender monitoring group, fee has been underquoted. There may be a requirement to provide 2 chartered accountants and 3 paid employees for a period of 1 month, and CA firm takes that work for a few thousand rupees. Then cost sheets are asked, and if the tender monitoring group feels that yes, there is not possible to do this work in this cost, then these cases are referred to disciplinary. Very important change. And if there are any issues that you would like to highlight, please reach out to the PDC. There is a tender monitoring group which is now looking after these tenders. You are all aware, in Gujarat also last year there was a change that was made by the Gujarat government. I had the opportunity to represent along with Vikas Bhai and Ganesh Bhai, the then chairman, and Hitesh Pomalji, to our finance secretary. We were also able to impress upon them that please, these works should also be for chartered accountants, and now only MEF registered firms based on their categories are allotted government work in Gujarat state. I'm sharing that because that is also very important and relevant for all our participants today to understand that tenders are now being monitored. The MEF mechanism is there. If only CA firms who have FRN and who have disciplinary mechanism with them, if they take the work, tomorrow there is a recourse with both the government and with other chartered accountants, that if the quality of work is not up to the mark, the institute can take action. So tender monitoring group has been incorporated. Well, using other designations, Here there is a very clear revision that only with those institutes where we have a MRA, that means mutual recognition agreement. So ICAEW, CP Australia, for those where we have a mutual recognition, you can mention that degree on your visiting card. For others, there is still a restriction. Very, very important change that is being introduced in this part B, that is sponsoring of events. You remember I had mentioned in the beginning that large firms organize events, award best CEO, CFO, best company, best financials, and sometimes we have seen habits of then taking over or usurping audits. Well, now to understand that and to give a level playing field to our firms, the institute is now experimenting and going to allow that our firms in the institute events will be allowed to have a stall or to exhibit their firms, grow their firms, exhibit their services. And first ever such event was scheduled for the end of this year. I hope that this pandemic situation resolves till then and we can all physically participate in that event. And going forward, this can become a huge point for us to increase networking, for increasing the size of our firms, because not just because the Prime Minister said that he wants 10 large Indian firms, we are all in a situation where we are discussing Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we all want to go vocal for local. And the only way we can go vocal for local is if we have 1,000 large firms in this country. That is my honest dream, that there must be 1,000 firms of 100 partners or 100 CAs, 20 partners, 50 employees and others, such that 1 lakh chartered accountants in practice that are there, they are part of these large 1,000 firms with their own self-respect, dignity, ownership, but at the same time competing with the largest firms of this country. Maybe 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now, that dream can be a reality, but I hope that that can happen. I think this is a very constructive move towards that end, that firms are now permitted to sponsor such events of the ICI. In advertisement of teaching and coaching institutes, well, 2 important points. If you are a coaching faculty, you cannot advertise yourself to be a professor of so and so holding COP. That is not allowed. But sharing of educational videos, for example on YouTube, if you have any amendment or change, sharing it with others, there is no restriction on it. You can do it. Only thing is, do not mention the name of the firm. And besides that, sharing of education videos is permitted under the new code. We move to the other changes which have been made in the advertisement code. In movies, if your firm has done certain work, if the titles appear with producer, music director, if in the same font and style, chartered accountant's name is coming, it is now permitted till the time it is the same style and same font. There is no restriction. CA firms can be acknowledged because a lot of our small and medium firms are playing this role and their names can now be coming on movie TV credits. Even in an interview, if the question is specifically asked to you regarding your firm, mentioning the firm is not a violation. You should not suo moto go and say I'm a partner in so and so firm. But yes, if the question is asked, there is no restriction in mentioning. Similarly, if you author a book, you can call yourself CA Aniket Talati or Aniket Talati partner so and so firm. Mentioning that is allowed, but it has to be either of the two. Earlier there was a restriction on authoring a book. Now this has again been eased and members can author books and mention the designation CA or their firm name on these books. Silver Jubilee celebrations, Diamond Jubilee celebrations of your firm, Golden Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee celebrations, you can do it under the Code of Ethics. In fact, you can advertise, put it in the newspaper and celebrate those events. That has also been specifically allowed in the revised Code of Ethics Part B in the advertisement guidelines. Also, regarding illumination and signboards, this code was in the back 2009. Now with 20 floors, 25 floor buildings that are being constructed and that are there in the market, now to have a single size board, it may not be practical. So an important amendment made to this code where it says that you can do a signboard or illumination while keeping in mind the appropriate visibility and illumination. So if the building is large, you may need a slightly larger font size. It should befit the profession, but this has also been liberalized now. Moving forward, in terms of the internet, the word internet has been added to the TV and films. That was the commentary under clause 7. And the reason for that is very simple. That back in the day, internet was not there. There was no prevalent use of social media, but now websites, web pages, and social media is where most of our communication happens. And therefore, internet word has been included when we are discussing about the commentary for clause 7. And what does that entail? We will discuss it going forward. Just one important question that all of you, I end up asking to the audience, can chartered accountants in practice use the CA logo? Answer is an emphatic yes. On your letterheads, on your visiting cards, on your hoardings, even on your cars and vehicles, people are putting this CA logo. But the institute's emblem, that is the one that you see on the, I don't know, screen is reversed for me. So hopefully on the top right of your screen, that is the institute's emblem, the eagle with Yayasya Sutteshu Jagrati, that cannot be used by firms or individual members. That is only for the institute purpose. BNI, people ask me this question, has it been banned? Well, the answer is very clear, categorical and emphatic. Yes, there is a clear-cut guidelines that Ethical Standards Board came out with, either directly. Let me be very clear, either directly or indirectly, a chartered accountant in practice cannot be a part of such networks. And the reason for that is very simple. There was a complaint that was received by ESP, it was analyzed, and what was found, and they just did not analyze this one network. There were multiple networks that were received. All may have different characteristics, but in majority of them, it was found that members in practice have to go on a weekly basis and present and solicit work from non-members. That is prohibited by the Code of Ethics. Second, in some networks, it was seen that they are sharing referral fees. Again, sharing fees with non-members is a violation of Code of Ethics. Third, any referral of business that was done between two persons was apparently to be reported on a portal. That again is a violation of our Code of Ethics. So because of all these constraints that was listed, complaint was received by ESB, a clear-cut guidelines has been issued that ICI members in practice are not allowed to enlist themselves on such networks. Now we move on to the next important clause. We have covered BNI, we have covered Urban Clap. Also, just 2 minutes to share with you that though Urban Clap and other websites were banned because of the use where 100 rupees you could call a chartered accountant at your home, the council felt that that was not an ideal situation. But yesterday we had Ethical Standards Board meeting where I had made a presentation, and I have been given the responsibility as convener to develop a website where any chartered accountant, for example, you need a CA in Mumbai, you can go and log in there. And not just that, there is a client in Ahmedabad who's looking for work. We will have a portal of the institute, which will then enable all firms to go and register your name, your firm's name, your partners, your strength, everything will be there, your specialization, and clients will then be allowed to go and use it. We are working it within the ethical standards framework. It will be in the council in a couple of days, and once approved, the work on this will begin. I am confident and hopeful that the institute will spend a huge amount of money to popularize this portal also, because when you are competing with such international firms and other firms which have a deep pockets, I think it becomes incumbent upon ICI that we also advertise on behalf of our small and medium practitioners. And I say it more emphatically today on SMP Day, that we must exercise and ensure that the popularity of this website is increased to such an extent that for all new works, people can go to the website and our chartered accountant firms can get work. And if you have any suggestions in this regard, please share with me. But I'm happy to state that though Urban Clap has been bad, now a new website and portal the institute is itself developing. Mode of communication, like I mentioned, one of the highest reasons for disciplinary cases that occur when you do not communicate as incoming auditor. The word in the act is communication. We commonly call it as NOC, the no objection certificate. So now you are aware this was advanced because of COVID, that instead of RPAD, you can take no objection via email. That is point number C that has been added. And point number D is that within the UDIN portal also, there is going to be a mechanism where a chartered accountant can seek no objection from the previous auditor through the UDIN portal. I will log in, select the client, submit NOC. Let's say the previous auditor was Bishan Bhai. Bishan Bhai gets a notification. He approves it. I get the confirmation. I can begin the audit. We are trying to make the matter simple, use technology, leverage it to make life simpler. So this has been changed. Also, certain clarification has been given in this code regarding RPAD erstwhile. If you were sending it physically, premises were locked, the post office delivered twice and could not deliver, well then in those cases, sufficient compliance for the incoming auditor. So such cases have also been highlighted in this revised code of ethics to provide clarity to our members. Now we come to the definitions, some important ones. Definition of director simplicitor. As we saw in the beginning, a chartered accountant in practice can be a director simplicitor. What is director simplicitor? It has been defined. You are not a managing director or whole-time director, and only attending board meetings will be a director simpliciter. What happens in the case of an HUF also has been very clearly laid out, that the HUF, if it has been resulted from inheritance or succession or partition, then you can be a karta, but you cannot have an active role. That is to say, in your HUF, you cannot play an active role having certificate of practice as full-time. That is not allowed. We now move forward to some other important changes that I would like to take you through. Yes, you are all aware that 6 years ago, the institute mandated mentioning of FRN after the Satyam scandal. So that is now, because the code is revised after a period of 10-12 years, it has now been made a part of the act. Your FRN, your MRN, membership number will have to be compulsorily mentioned. UDIN, which was issued last year from 1st of July, applicable for all audits, that has to be compulsorily mentioned. And even peer review is compulsory for audit of listed companies. All of this is now made part of the revised code of ethics. Finally, the advertisement guidelines, which is an important part of part B, they constitute the website guidelines, the guidelines for telephone directories, the online consultancy and specialized directories, that is the search engines. Those all have, and the press releases, they have all been modified and a lot of changes have been introduced. If I have to take you through what are the changes, the first and foremost is the write-up. Earlier, a write-up in a physical form was allowed. So let's say a profile of the firm, that was always allowed. Now it is clarified that even in soft copy on social networking sites, if your firm has a web page or a site, it is allowed, but it must not be on a push mode. It has to be always on a pull mode. That is, people must go and visit it, and you can share all the information that is allowed on that website or the web page, or even on the social media. What is it that is allowed? Your own passport style photograph, because when the physical was there, the passport size photo was only allowed. In digital world, when I am actually addressing you through my iPad, which is incidentally had to be placed upside down so that I could see you straight. Somebody may be seeing this program on a screen, somebody may be seeing on a laptop, somebody on a phone. There cannot be a passport size. So the style has been notified that a passport style professional photograph can be put on your web page, on your website, on your firm's social media page. You can also, what are the things that can be allowed? If you are a network for part of official network, which is recognized by ICA, you can mention it. You can also mention your director if you are director with the institute, registered with the institute. Next, important changes that are being done in relations to communication, that is through your write-up, through your profiles, through your website. Very clear-cut guidelines that it has to be honest and truthful. You cannot make boastful or exaggerated claims that come to my firm 100% refund in 5 days, zero addition. Those are all exaggerated claims, will be attracting disciplinary action and violation of code of ethics. But if it is not, then you can. These are the general guidelines. It should not bring the profession in disrepute. It should not contain testimonials. So of some client coming or some celebrity coming and saying, Shah Rukh Khan saying this auditor is the best in the world, that is not allowed. So client testimonials cannot be there. There must be no violation of any provisions of the Chartered Accountant Act. Your FRN will have to be mentioned. Your membership registration number should be mentioned. And the institute may issue direction for removal or withdrawal of the website or the web page if they find it to be in non-compliance. So now the Ethical Standards Board has the power to direct removal of such websites or such web pages. What has also been included in this code is the revised limits for tax audit. Just so that we are clear, the chapter 6 tax audit limit is there for 60. The exemption applies, that is only applicable that for 44 AB audits, 44 AD, ADA and AE. These are exempted and not counted within the limits to be considered as 60 tax audit that partner can do. And here again, important to mention that this is qua partner. So per partner limit has been specified. If there's a firm of 4 partners, then the limit will be 240. One may be doing tax, one may be doing GST, one may be doing finance. So that limit can be exercised by one partner on behalf of the firm also. As of today, that is the limit. We have discussed about this important provision of 15% that is included in part A, because of which the 40% requirement, the recommendatory 40% which is there in the current code, that will get removed in the part B. In relation to the Companies Act, the limits that are there, the limit of Companies Act will apply. A clarification is proposed that this 30 limit of audits that the Code of Ethics allows. So there is a limit within the 2013 Act for how many companies that you can do as an auditor. 30 audits for companies. Within our code, we are saying that this limit does not, for 30 audits calculation, only exceptions are OPC and dormant companies. Because in the case of Companies Act, there is a allowance of small companies and private companies of share capital of 100 and more, 100 crore. Now, within the Code of Ethics, there is a restriction that only 30 companies that can be audited by a chartered accountant. Here, please be clear, this is my view. There is no sharing of limits within the firm. This is per partner because this is through the Companies Act. And in Companies Act, there is no sharing of limits that has been prescribed. There are various appendices to the code that are attached. Entire quality standards, the accounting standards, the flow of disciplinary mechanism, which Manuji will take in the next couple of minutes, that has been put up. All the foreign bodies membership has been included. The UDIN, the notification of tenders, all have been made a part of the appendices. So with this, dear colleagues, I come to an end to volume 1, part A, which dealt with the conceptual framework, NOCLAR, PI, 15% taxation. Those are all important changes. The part B, which deals with domestic provisions, limits on tax audit, limit on companies audit, advertisement guidelines, website guidelines, was dealt with in part B. And volume 3 deals with disciplinary mechanism. I would request that Manuji can please take over the charge from here, and we can discuss about the disciplinary mechanism. Thank you all very much for a very patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Aniket Bhai. And as we all are aware that we are now going to be addressed by CCMCA Manu Agrawal, who is chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, and also he is a chairman of IT committee at SAFA. But he is also a member of disciplinary committee, and to know more about this, we are having Manuji with us. So sir, please, we welcome you, and I request you to start your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishan Bhai, and well, it seems a bit scary. I know Aniket is all upside down and he seems to be hanging from the wall. When I first joined, I thought something is wrong in my computer. I 2-3 times rotated the computer, but then I saw the presentation was correct, Aniket was not correct. So I think if you stop the share screening, he might be.
Sir, wait, I'll try and do it. Actually, I have placed it reverse. There were a lot of challenges because of which we wasted some 10 minutes.
Yes, now, yes, that's better. Now you are.
There is some error in which audiences is seeing this presentation, but be that as it may, sir, I'm trying to close this screen share.
I think now.
Yes, sir. Now you can start.
Okay, so I think Aniket has left or something is.
He is trying to. No, he'll join. He'll join within a couple of minutes. But you can start.
So first of all, I will take this opportunity to thank the Ahmedabad branch for inviting me to this webinar, basically on the topic of new code of ethics. Well, that part is good, but the bad part is left for me, the disciplinary committee, which I sincerely feel that if none of us encounters, it would be the best. But in my deliberation, I'll be taking, I think I've just somewhere around about 20-25 minutes. So I'll be just introducing you through the various modes in which the disciplinary committee works, and some common precautions which one should take so that he never reaches an advanced stage in the disciplinary committee, and some of the case studies or some important things which I've encountered, which are encountered in our day-to-day practice, and we can take care of easily. So the first thing which I would like to share with you is yes, I think we have Aniket ji back with us.
Yeah,
Well,
sorry, Manoj, there is some technological problem today because of which the screens were
no,
appearing
no,
inverted.
for
But
me it is perfect now at this point of time. So
thank you,
before
sir.
starting,
And just to add to your introduction, I think Chairman of TAB has been mentioned, Chairman of IT Committee of SAFA has been mentioned. But very important for all our colleagues to understand that Manu sir has been in the disciplinary committee for all the 5 years. In fact, last year, the most important bench, which hears all the government cases, sir is a member of that bench. And all of these years, he's been a part of the disciplinary mechanism, holds extreme important knowledge about the entire process of starting from the PFO till the entire completion of the disciplinary mechanism. So I thought it will be most appropriate and fit if sir can deliberate and discuss about this. Sir, you have the time is all yours. Please, I expect that you can explain the importance of the entire process, certain case studies that you can share, and educate our members regarding the entire disciplinary mechanism. Over to you, sir.
thank you, Aniket. But just before starting, I would like to say one small thing that Aniket has joined the council about um, uh, just 1.5 year back, and he's been somebody whom I have had the opportunity of working very closely with. So first, I would like to my heartfelt thanks to all the members of Ahmedabad for sending such a wonderful person to the council. Last year was a year of SSP, and I was totally involved in rolling out the SSP. And the only saving grace here, the only person who actually helped me through the whole process was Aniket. I think thanking him is not sufficient, but that is all I can do in this COVID scenario. And it is only because of his constant help, constant, I would say, standing shoulder by shoulder, taking all the pains. And I think all the members of Ahmedabad must have experienced it. It is not just something which I'm saying in his because he's a council colleague and trying to praise him, nothing of that sort. You all must have really felt it that whenever you had a problem with the SSP and you called Aniket, you must have seen that the problem was solved in a matter of minutes. And that was not just because he used his resources, because he understood the whole process, because he was totally involved in all the processes. And again, this year we have had a chance. We are working together in the digital re-engineering and learning hub. He's the convener, and I am the co-convener of that, the deputy convener of that. And but I can also tell you that all the digital initiatives which we have seen throughout this COVID period, the e-learning hub being the big source of all the courses, of all the webinars, of everything in the institute, has been due to the perseverance of Niket. And apart from that, he's heading a very other important committee, which is the that FRRB, Financial Review and Reporting Board. Again, I'm not a member of that, but what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is that he is ensuring that the FRRB does double the work than it did last year. And apart from that, his presence in the council is really inspiring and great. And once again, thanking all the members of Ahmedabad for sending such a wonderful person. And I'm really privileged to work with him. And apart from working with him, he's a great friend, and our relationship is really great. So thank you, Aniket, for inviting me on not such a pleasant topic, but I would call this exercise as pleasant, because if I can ensure that some of the members who by chance get a notice or have to face that, or avoid to face the disciplinary committee meeting after my deliberations, it would be good enough reward for having come here. So, well, friends, taking up from just starting with one or two small examples and some of the things which I heard Aniket during the brief time I was there. One thing which he mentioned about was the director simpliciter. Now, a strange sort of word, probably I think originating from our act itself. Director simpliciter, as the word simply means, is a simple director, not taking any remuneration or not being involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company. This is what the institute mandates, what the code of ethics mandates. Reporting or telling the institute that I'm going to become a director simpliciter is something which is not required. It is an automatic sort of approval system, or not approval system, you just can become a director simpliciter. Now, the disciplinary committee receives a lot of cases regarding this director simpliciter. A lot of people complaining that this person is involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company. So what are the precautions which we have to take? What are the safeguards which we can take? One of the biggest safeguard which I feel we can take is not becoming a signatory to the bank account of the company. Because if this is one big proof, suppose you become the bank account signatory and start signing checks, then for somebody to say that you are involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company becomes easier, and it would be difficult for the chartered accountant to prove that he is not involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company. Another thing which we have to keep in mind is not signing the vouchers of the company. That again is something which shows the involvement or non-involvement in the affairs of the company. Friends, this is something which I learned the hard way. Hard way meaning some 10, 12 years back, I also got a notice from the disciplinary committee of the institute saying that somebody making a complaint that I'm an active director involved in a company in which I was a director at that point of time. So now, well, I was a signatory, a bank account signatory in that company. The only thing which saved me at that point was, because it was very difficult to prove whether you are actively involved or not, was the fact that the total turnover of the company at that point of time was just some 10 lakh rupees, and that too 4 or 5 transactions took place during the whole year. So when the company had 4 or 5 transactions during the whole year, I made my representation and said that just 4 or 5 transactions, if the company does, it cannot be said that the concerned chartered accountant or person was involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company, because the company was actually not carrying on any day-to-day business or so. So that's how, but an experience which I would like to state is a bit scary, which is a bit difficult to digest, because this simple fact took 2 years to complete. This is the pace at which things happen or are forced to happen because people seek adjournments. The disciplinary bench sits from time to time only, and the number of cases handled in a day are limited. The other thing I can share with you is that when the brown envelope from the disciplinary directorate comes in, friends, it is very difficult to open that letter. It used to take me 15 minutes to probably just keep that letter in my hand, be able to open it and read, because it was very scary. Ki kya nikal aayega, kya nahi nikal aayega. It was scary. So this is the plight which now, as a member of the disciplinary committee, I see many members facing. Whenever they receive that letter, they are also in that kind of dilemma, whether to open it, not to open it, and they are a bit scared, and the whole process is frightening. So please, if you are becoming the director of a company, please ensure that remuneration you cannot take. You can take sitting fees, but it should be a normal sitting fees which is given to all other directors also. You can sign the annual returns of the company in the capacity of a director, not in the capacity of an auditor. You cannot become an auditor of that company. You cannot take any remuneration or managerial remuneration. You should not sign checks. You should not sign vouchers on a day-to-day basis. One check here or there may not be a problem, but again, all that will depend upon the facts and circumstances of the case. So what I simply urge you to do is that please ensure or take care. If you avoid these few things, you will live a peaceful life and probably be happier. Now, friends, just to take you through what the actual disciplinary committee is and what is the board of discipline, we have basically two bodies, or you call it two organizational structures. One, we have a board of discipline which comprises of 3 members. Out of these 3 members, 2 are elected council members and 1 is a government nominee. And as far as the disciplinary benches are concerned, it is a 5-member bench where there are 2 government nominees and 3 elected representatives. So in both the cases, we have government nominees, but the majority is with the elected council members. But I can tell you as for a fact that till date, there has not been a single judgment which has not been passed unanimously. So when we listen to a case, we deliberate, we talk with each other and reach to a final conclusion which is acceptable to all. Now, what case goes to the disciplinary committee and what case goes to the board of discipline? But board of discipline, since is a 3-member bench, it is obvious that it takes cognizance of cases with which are covered under Schedule 1 of the Chartered Accountancy Act. Schedule 1 is the schedule wherein the offences are slightly of lower nature or not so important, or I would say where the punishment which we can award is a maximum of 3 months name removal, 1 lakh rupee financial fine, or a reprimand. Reprimand is the lowest form of punishment which is awarded. The bench, the disciplinary board, the board of discipline may also hold the member not guilty. That's within the purview of both the board of discipline or the board committee. The committee looks after cases which are covered under Schedule 2, which talks of professional misconduct. There the punishment may be the lowest form of punishment is reprimand. The highest form of punishment is removal of name for an indefinite or for good, and a fine which may be up to 5 lakh rupees. It is a removal of name for a certain period and or the financial penalty. It could be levied with the removal or without the removal, or vice versa. The fine could be the only thing. Now, the procedure is that if somebody wants to file a complaint, there is a form I or form 1, whatever you call it, which is available on the website of the institute also and can be done in physical mode also. We have enabled digital mode from this year only, wherein you have to pay a fee of rupees 2,500, whether it is digital or physical, file a complaint with the institute. This complaint can be filed either by a chartered accountant or by a non-chartered accountant also. The procedure is that once the complaint is filed, the director discipline to whom this complaint is addressed simply reads that complaint, or probably even does not read it, because till that point of time there is nothing which he can do. He simply sends the whole complaint to the person against whom the complaint is made, that is the respondent. उसने सीधे सीधे उठाया वो सारे के सारे कागज जिसके अगेंस्ट कंप्लेंट है उसको भेज दिए. Once these papers reach the respondent, he is given time of 15 days or 21 days, which may be extended by another similar or 15 or 21 days, and he has to file a reply as to the complaint received. Once he files that reply, the reply is shared with the person making the complaint for further comments. When the person makes the further comments, then the board of then the director discipline basically complaint का reply और उसका rejoinder, ये तीनों चीजें, he looks into all these 3 things and decides prima facie or in principle, जिसको कहते हैं, whether the respondent appears guilty or not, or is prima facie guilty or not. If he decides कि prima facie he is guilty, or he decides it is not guilty, he records such decision. The decision is put up if it is a Schedule 1 offense before the board of discipline, and if it is a Schedule 2 or Schedule 1 and 2 combined offense before the disciplinary committees. The disciplinary board or committee may accept the opinion of the director discipline, and if he says not guilty, may dismiss the case, finish, final, everything closes, or may overturn his decision. If he says guilty, the committee or board may say not guilty. If he says not guilty, the board or committee may say guilty. Now, once the board or the committee says guilty, then it is taken up for a full-fledged hearing. So this is the first stage. Now, what I would like to tell all of you here is the first stage or the first reply given by the respondent is the most important reply in the whole context, because that is the single opportunity he gets for a prima facie let off from the committee or the board of discipline. This reply should be drafted, should be consulted very, very carefully. You should draft this reply with the help of an expert only, because as in every government department or in every sphere of life, the first response is the most important response. It remains with you forever. So please do not take this lightly. Even if you are confident that you have not violated any law, any principle, any code of ethics clause, still please take the help of an expert while drafting this first reply. Once this first reply is drafted and sent to the disciplinary committee, if he feels that the facts are in your favor, then the case will simply be dropped and you will be absolved. Otherwise, you will have to go through the rigors of a full case, which may take another long period and would require personal hearing or hearing through an advocate. So this is the procedure of the disciplinary committee. Now, again, as regards to some of the important or most commonly occurring type of cases in the disciplinary committee, another case which comes up quite frequently is non-obtaining of an NOC. During his presentation, Aniket spoke about NOC, spoke about enabling the email-based NOC due to this COVID, and a UDIN-based NOC also being mentioned in the code once it is enabled. Well, friends, NOC is one sort of offense where the disciplinary committee tends to take a very strict view. The punishment may be very light, but holding of guilty is bound to happen if a proper NOC has not been obtained. So please be very careful. Please read all the guidelines when an NOC is required from the previous auditor. Now, previous auditor does not necessarily mean the auditor of last year, because it may be possible that during the last or preceding 2 years, there was no audit conducted. So if that is the case, you have to take the NOC from an auditor even 3 years prior to your date of audit. In case of banks also, this is required. In case of special audit, this is advisable. It is not mandatory as per the code of ethics, but it is advisable to take even in case of special audit. Now you may ask, whom should I take a NOC from in case of a special audit? Well, because special audit is being done for the first time. Special audit may the NOC has to be taken from the statutory auditor. Similarly, in case of concurrent auditor, you should also take the NOC. So NOC has to be taken in all cases if the audit was done in any preceding previous year. Now, one thing which I would like to also tell you is, when you raise this issue of NOC not being obtained against any of your fellow members, please be very careful, because you can start the proceedings, but you will not be able to end it. Suppose I, by some chance, take the audit which was previously being done by Aniket, and he files a case against me. Then I go to Aniket, I take the chairman of the branch, 3-4 other people, and say, Aniket, some mistake has happened and all that, and please leave me. So Aniket may agree, okay, I will not press the charges, or I will withdraw my case. He may do that, but the disciplinary committee is not bound by his actions. The disciplinary committee will simply note his intent of not pursuing the case, but will proceed suo moto, and may even sort of admonish Aniket, you have been using this disciplinary committee for settling your own scores, etc., etc. The only recourse left to Aniket at that point of time may be that he will have to say before the disciplinary committee that I made a mistake. The NOC was filed in the audit file. The article clerk took it. It was without my knowledge, or one of my junior partners signed the NOC and gave it. So he will have to say sorry instead of, in spite of the fact that he did not get an NOC. So please remember that starting a case is in your hands, but ending a case is not in your hands. Now, another thing which quite often comes up before the disciplinary committee is a complaint being made by who can do the audit of whom. Well, we basically think that whenever we clear our chartered accountancy exams, start our practice, we start thinking that we should do the audit of our relatives. Now, this is probably the first people whom we get or whom we can contact and whom we are sure will help us and will. But well, friends, the who can do whose audit is defined in various acts. There are three basically governing statutes or governing acts which are involved. If it is a company, then we have the Companies Act which governs it, and the Income Tax Act which governs the tax audit of the company, plus the Code of Ethics. These three are the governing principles. It's Section 288 of the Companies Act, of the Income Tax Act, which speaks about whose audit you can do. Well, in case of firms, individuals, etc., it's a relative whose audit you cannot do. Relative is defined in the Income Tax Act, and the definition is a bit similar to the Section 56 definition, which basically includes a lot of people. So you have to be very careful while doing the audit of a relative. In case of Companies Act, the definition is a bit wider, and linear ascendant and descendants are involved. But as far as the Code of Ethics is concerned, it basically talks about the principle of independence. That is most important. Now, say I am doing Aniket's audit and I ask Aniket to do my audit. Is that possible? Well, as per the Companies Act, there is no problem. As per the Income Tax Act, there is no problem. But the independence would not be there. So as per the Code of Ethics, if we do each other's audit, then it is not desirable, because the threat of independence, the familiarity threat, which is talked about in the new Code of Ethics, would be attracted. So that is something which you should take care of. Another area which some people tend to forget or just overlook is bookkeeping services. Aniket must have spoken about all those services during his deliberation. But friends, in spite of that, a number of people tend to take contracts that I will basically do your audit and ensure that all your books are kept in order and provide bookkeeping services also. This is a strict no, because there is no recourse at all if you are caught in this act or somebody makes a complaint. I can share with you a small case which happened. There was a chartered accountant who used to charge about 5 lakh rupees of audit fees from his client. And what happened was, in one case, there was a 30,000 rupee provision for accounting services also in his name. Now, somebody made a complaint, and the chartered accountant said that my fees is 5 lakh rupees, and this 30,000 rupees is a very small and negligible amount for bookkeeping services, and I have not provided bookkeeping services. What has actually happened is that the company required an accountant, and I basically provided it with an accountant. And since the accountant was not to be provided on the rolls of the company paid me 30,000 rupees, which I in full refunded to the accountant. Well, the disciplinary committee on deliberations and on hearing the case basically decided that this was not proper, and bookkeeping services in any mode is strictly prohibited. So the chartered accountant was held guilty. The punishment was of a lower degree because the amount was involved was very low, and his contention also had some merit, because the day he received that 30,000 rupees, the very next day was remitted to the person in question. And it was also proven that that person in question was not on the rolls otherwise of the auditing company. But it was an indirect way of providing bookkeeping services. So the members were of the view that strict action needs to be taken in this sort of case. So please be very careful. And apart from that, bookkeeping services should not also be provided by any relative of the member concerned, because that is also an indirect way of having of attracting this clause. Now, another case which we have to be very important, which often comes up before the disciplinary committee's issue of certificates. Please remember that a certificate means 100% check. A certificate can never be a test check or a sample check. What happened was one of the auditors did the audit of a bank, and he issued a certificate under PMGKY, Pradhan Mantri Kalyan Gramin Yojana. Now there were some 800 odd accounts which he certified. The banker filed a case against the chartered accountant that out of the 800 accounts, there were some 15-16 accounts in which there was a claim difference of 40 odd thousand rupees. The total claim under PMKGY was 8 lakh rupees. So the auditor argued that I made a test check and the materiality concept is also applicable. The whole amount is 8 lakh rupees. The number of accounts are 800. 5 maybe have missed, etc., etc. Now the disciplinary committee, on examination of the chartered accountant on while going through the facts, felt that yes, it may be a case of materiality, etc., etc. But the certification clause requires a 100% check, and the auditor in question also during the hearing mentioned that yes, I have made a mistake. I should have been more careful. I should have understood what a certificate is. So that tantamounted to admission of guilt. So what I want to impress upon you here is that both things are very important. That presentation of your case in a proper manner before the disciplinary committee sometimes also makes a big difference. There are various cases which are borderline cases which may be viewed from both the angles and equally tenable cases. But the way it is presented, if the respondent himself says I've made a mistake, then the disciplinary committee has no choice but to say that you are guilty. If he says I did it in the best of my interest, I did it following the best of practices available, I did it according to what is done in most of the cases, then disciplinary committee at times may take a lenient view and may issue just a warning sort of letter, though warning letter is nothing which is prescribed in the act, but sometimes practically it is done that he's held not guilty, but a warning or a caution letter is issued. In this case, which I distinctly remember, was that most of us in the disciplinary committee had decided to take a lenient view. But when the chartered accountant himself said that I've done a test check, I've done this, but I'm guilty also. I remember asking him this question very clearly, that please state whether you have made a mistake or you have done a test check and you think that the procedure was okay. So either because of the aura of the disciplinary committee, because of that environment, he said, some mistake to hui hai. Once he made that statement on oath and on basically record, then there was no recourse except to hold him guilty. The punishment was very light, but again, guilty is guilty, because what happens is if you're held guilty, then there's a column in most of the forms. Have you ever been held guilty? You have to write yes. Though it may be a reprimand only, but that yes ensures that the weightage of that partner in most of the audits is not counted and eliminated. Another case which comes up quite often and was there at least for 2 years, it was a big hue and cry for the years 9, 10, 10, 11, and 11, 12, probably 3 years, is audits done above the tax audit limit. The tax audit limit is 60 now, was 45 at that point of time. So there are cases of people crossing that limit. Again, there are a few cases which are pending in various courts, but as of date, the disciplinary committee is of the view that if you have done audits above the threshold limit, there is no recourse. It is a simple mathematical equation where the facts do not matter to a great extent. But at times, if you've done it on behalf of another partner, etc., there are certain audits done under 44 AD which are not counted, then that's a different case. Otherwise, doing above the prescribed limit is simply not permissible. Another case, a very interesting case, which I always like to refer whenever I'm speaking, is cash payment in a partner's account. There's a case where you're doing the audit of a partnership firm and you come across a withdrawal of 10 lakh rupees in a partner's account. What do you do? Well, the normal course of action, which I think which happens, is that we do nothing. And at the most, if the partner is in front of us, we ask, why was this money withdrawn? The partner gives a reply, there is a marriage in his house, or he had to buy some land, etc. So that money was taken out, and end of the matter. Now, a similar case happened. There was a withdrawal in one of the partner's accounts. 2 years down the line, the partner filed a complaint against the chartered accountant that this 10 lakh rupees was withdrawn from my account in the most unauthorized manner, and the chartered accountant did not verify, so he should be held guilty. The disciplinary committee on deliberations and on going through the case had to hold him guilty. Now, the crux of this is this can happen with anyone. But what is the safeguard? The safeguard is that you should get the office copy of the balance sheet signed by all partners, and in case of a company, signed by all directors, because that is the only authentication or only acceptance of the audited accounts or the book closure by all the partners. In most cases, what happens is there are 1 or 2 active partners, the rest are not so active, so they do not see the accounts on a regular basis. So their signatures are also equally important, and you should also basically prima facie see that the signatures match with the partnership deed, which you must have a copy of, or the other memorandum of articles and articles of association, again a copy of which you should have. I also remember a similar case which happened with me during my practice. One a client who the audit of whom I used to do for the last 20 years. There was a lady and her nephew, 2 partners, and I never had met the lady. The only person who used to come was the nephew. One fine day, I received, after 20 years, I received the phone call from a lady saying, I'm such and such of such firm, and my capital account has been made zero, and all my funds are gone, and how have you done the audit? Well, on inquiring further, I came to know, and this happens every time. Whenever there is a dispute in partnership concerns, the controlling partner, the partner who has the control of the books of accounts, tries to make the other partner's account zero, either by way of cash withdrawals or whatever adjustment. So that is something which normally happens. So as a chartered accountant, you should please ensure that please get at least one copy, your office copy, signed by all partners. Well, I think with this, the time is up, and we are running out of time. I think the time is up, Aniket.
Yeah, I think, sir, maybe another 5 minutes to sum up.
Okay,
or
so one
certain
more
important.
case I'll take.
Yes.
One more case I'll take. One more issue I'll take is there's another case of physical verification of cash. What happened was that there's a 23 lakh rupee cash in hand in the company. One of the directors complained that this cash in hand never existed in the director, and the auditor has never physically verified the cash in hand. When the auditor was questioned, he said this company has 19 branches, and this 22 lakh rupee cash is lying at all those 19 branches. I have verified the cash in hand at the head office to the tune of 3 lakh rupees. The rest is about 75,000 odd at each of the branch. Now, the standard basically states that the cash as at the end of the year has to be verified by
Bolo,
the
Naika.
auditor. As the cash as at the end of the year has to be verified by the auditor. Now, what happened was the standard further goes on to state that if not possible, then then it has to be verified as at a date as close to the end of the financial year as possible, and a reconciliation be prepared from the 31st of March. Plus, it states that if the cash is situated at multiple locations, then it has to be verified on the same date at same time at all the locations. So when this is the standard, violation of the standard can basically never be an excuse, and the chartered accountant was held guilty. So what I urge everybody to do is to at least have that physical verification of cash document available in your file before concluding the audit. So basically, this is not just for cash verification, it is for all those places where there is a specific standard which prescribes something to be done. Please ensure you have the documentation ready, because as far as the disciplinary committee is concerned, the only and only thing it looks as is the documentation which you have. The cases are sometimes 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years old. So you do not have recourse to the logic that I do not know where the paper is, or nobody recollects the facts. So the only thing which you have, which can save you, which can help you, is your audit file. And as a disciplinary committee member, I can just assure you that if you see a well maintained audit file in the disciplinary committee, then half of your basically intention becomes that yes, he's doing a good job. There may be something which is left out. But if you see poorly maintained or a audit file which does not have any relevant papers, where procedures are not properly followed, then you tend to start thinking that this chartered accountant is careless and he does not do things properly. So your documentation is very, very important. Maintenance of file is very, very important. Please ensure that. And with this, I just wish that none of you ever has to face this disciplinary committee, because it is not a good experience at all. I'm there for the last 5 years, but it's not by choice. It is out of compulsion. It is one of the things which one has to do. Somebody has to do the job. I've been selected, but I can only share with you that handing out a punishment to a fellow chartered accountant is never is something which we all really never like. The only thing which we try to do is that the member somehow, if he can be saved, if he has not done something which is of gross negligence, then he should be saved. With this, I thank all the members for a patient hearing. I thank all the organizers for inviting me, and I hope that this talk has some benefit in the basically, and none of you ever have to come before that committee. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Manubhai. I think you've very clearly explained, not just the procedure of disciplinary of how you file the form, the PFO, that is the prima facie opinion, the benches, the hearings, but also some case studies. And I think it has been a wonderfully enriching and learning experience for all the participants. I can only share that because today there is some problem in the net. We are all seeing each other correctly, but when it's getting relayed to other participants, the iOS, that is what Manubhai and myself are using an iPad, our images are getting inverted and the other images are coming straight. I think this is also one of the boon and bane of technology.
You should have told me, Aniket. I would have logged in through my Windows PC.
Sir, this was today for the first time I had my screen reversed, so I couldn't read the presentation. So my apologies to participants if there was some error in my reading the PPT, but it was truly a challenge for me to present upside down. But I think these are all the perils of technology. But thank you once again, Manubhai, from the bottom of our heart for coming here. I would hand it over to our Vikas Bhai and Vishen Bhai to conclude the ceremony. Vishen Bhai, if you can.
Yes, sir. So, yes, Vikas Bhai, if you can. No. So, on behalf of Ahmedabad branch of WRC of ICAI, we are thankful to our own CCM, the Aniket Talati ji, and also to CA Manu Agarwal sir, who has in a very short time accepted our invitation and given all of us his insights and experience. So once again, sir, thank you very much, because when we are becoming a CA, at that time code of ethics and code of conduct we have to learn. But now again, it's required to be revised, and you have both of us you thrown light on the same. So thank you very much, sir, for giving us those insights. So we are going to end this webinar here, and thanks Vikas bhai for arranging this seminar, which is very wonderful and informative, and I hope all the members had taken the benefit of the same. So thank you very much, sir. We are ending this webinar. We request you to join in celebration of the CA Day. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Manu bhai. Bishan bhai, I think audio માં કઈક પ્રોબ્લેમ છે. વિકાસ ભાઈ નો અવાજ નથી આવતો અહીંયા. વિકાસ ભાઈ આપકો આ રહા है मेरा आवाज કે અપ या डाउन? આજે બહુ લોચા થયા વિડિયોમાં અને બધામાં, ખબર નહીં કેમ આવું થયું.
Yes sir. Sir, I am now ending this webinar. Technology has its own
I know, I swear.